You want to do the safety protocol first? Evacuation, sorry.
Absolutely. Thank you for the friendly reminder, Mayor Sohi. So good morning, this morning from Council Chambers. And just before Council does begin, a friendly reminder about the emergency response plan for the room. If there is an emergency, everybody is required to exit through the nearest safe door. Those seated in the gallery behind me, please take direction from security to evacuate, and Council, please follow me. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell and take the stairs to ground level. Evacuate the building through the emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room, and if there is anybody with limited mobility, please identify yourself either to myself or to one of the members of security. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mayor Sohi.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Briquette is unable to attend. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Let's see, Councillor Hamilton.
She provided notice.
Oh yeah,
she's
Councillor
in a
Hamilton
meeting,
is
but she will
away
join by
on
10:30.
council-related duties. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Carmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay, we were on making some amendments to our policies stemming from the recommendations from administration and also the amendments that we have approved over the last day. So can we put that back on the screen too? I understand there's another amendment that was needed.
It's
that
not an amendment, it's just a restatement, Mayor Sohi, so we're just gonna, if it's okay to put it back on the screen, Janelle will just put it up with the additional change.
Okay.
I've also put it in the chat for ease of reference, so already on the floor was an exemption to policy C217E, the reserve and equity accounts. Just on further reflection, the CFO would just like to add further clarity, and so that's been provided to you in blue in the chat, and Janelle's just put it up on the screen.
Okay.
And I can just restate that
Yeah.
one item.
Yeah. Go ahead. You want to do that?
Yeah. So this will be bullet number 3, part 3. That an exemption to City Policy C217E reserve and equity accounts be approved to fund a one-time revenue reduction to the Edmonton Transit Service Branch operating revenue budget in 2026 to fund the right transit and revenue shortfall. This is related to 05, which passed, and that an exemption reserve and equity accounts be approved to fund an ongoing revenue reduction to the operating transfer of pay-as-you-go to capital related to 04, which passed.
Right, and we will also, Councillor Cartmel wants to vote separately on first one, right, Councillor Cartmel? Then keep the others together if that's the wish. And then we are going to go to questions on this. And I understand Councillor Rice was first on questions, so we're going to start with questions on these policy amendments. We'll start with Councillor Rice. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and good morning, everyone. I know it's a long days, but we are so happy today is the last day. I hope to finish by 5 o'clock. So I do have a few questions here, and before it goes to my question, I also request to vote separately between 1, 2, 3. And then I don't know what's the process, but I would like to have
We will
separate.
just vote separately on all of them, just for getting more kind of easy way to do it. Okay.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
that. The question for the number 4, so my question is based on yesterday. I hope the 1, 2, 3, 4, the last one. Last one, in terms of this storefront improve program regarding the Explore Edmonton, for those funding, because I noticed the policy here to talk about some one-time basis funding. Those funding is, can you tell me a little bit more, the funding first of all, yes, it's a CRR, so will not impact our tax, will not impact the budget, right?
So it impacts the budget because you're using the reserve funding to now fund Explore Edmonton on a one-time basis.
Yeah.
It does not impact the tax levy because you're taking already raised money and repurposing it for something else.
Yeah, I had recalled that I had a question yesterday regarding the CR reserve. So what's the criteria, how we allocated the funding from reserve? And at this moment, if we only approve the one-time basis increase, do we have the timeline and then for this funding allocation, which year to be, or is the ongoing one-time basis?
So it is so right now, there is funding in this reserve that is unallocated.
Yeah.
You're using that to fund Explore Edmonton. That means that you cannot use this funding for the purposes that it was intended to be used for, which are defined, that funding is generally used to fund these policies. And so now you won't have any money to do the things in these policies. You'll exempt yourself, and then there's no ongoing impact.
So no ongoing impact, only for this budget. I'm still.
Only for the discrete amount in the reserve that you're repurposing right now. After you fund Explore Edmonton with this, we go back to normal operations of this reserve.
Okay, do you have a month and how much this could be for this one time?
It's the $4.7 million that.
We approved yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not additional one, it's just related to that specific motion, amendment we approved.
Yes, and the amendment was to use the balance in the reserve to fund Explore Edmonton on a one-time basis.
Okay, thank you. That's my question from yesterday. In terms of pay as you go, there's new pieces added as pay as you go. That's this policy related to two pieces. One is OP5 and one is OP4. Can you explain a little bit the difference between these two?
Sorry,
And then one, yeah, what's the reason for us to add this OP4 there, and we already have the OP5? So what's the purpose for this?
So we're adding this exemption for the pay-as-you-go reserve. So what we've done essentially with the amendment that was passed yesterday with pay-as-you-go is that we've reduced the revenue and used that to offset the tax levy increase. The pay-as-you-go reserve is required to be balanced over the 4 years. So whatever revenues you have is supposed to fund capital expenditures. Within the 4 years, you can fluctuate if you want to, but at the end of the cycle, it should be balanced. The revenues need to equal the expenditures that it's intended to fund. So this is an exemption to that because we're not going to be repaying the reserve until the next cycle. So that's what the exemption is for.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any other questions on this? Okay, we will start with number 1. Okay, please vote on part 1.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Just wait on one.
I'm a yes as well.
Awesome, thanks so much. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we will vote on part 2.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes.
Thanks, Ms. Sohi.
I got it here now. Here you go.
Who wrote that, you? Oh, okay.
Just waiting on one more.
It's totally up to you.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we will vote on part 3.
It's fine. If you just give me I'm just messaging Roger.
I'm a yes.
Thanks,
I'm a
Councillor
yes.
Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we will vote on part 4.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So we have dealt with policy amendments. Okay, got it. Okay, before we get further into our conversation on the budget, I would like to welcome some students who are visiting us from Laurier Heights School, grade 6 class, and they are here with their teacher, G. Hawks, right? Did I say that right? Okay, all right. And Ward C.P. Winniwalk. Thank you so Sorry? Yes, Councillor Hamilton is your ward councillor, and Councillor Hamilton is away on a council-related responsibility. She is council's rep on Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and they are having their national meeting, and Councillor Hamilton is representing Edmonton at that meeting. That's why you don't see her here in the Chamber Hall. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you having fun at City Hall? How much fun are you having? Is this much fun or this much fun? This much fun? That's a lot of fun, right? Maybe it's too early in the morning. Are you doing your mock console as well? Are you? Have you selected your mayor? Who is the mayor? Mayor, you want to come down to the podium? Come down to the podium. Don't be shy. So, tell us your name. Amaya? Nice. Can you turn the... There we go. So your name is Amaya.
Yeah.
And what are you going to be talking about at your mock council meeting?
Expanding the LRT to the airport.
Expanding the LRT to the airport. That is pretty...
Not north?
To the airport.
Not north?
Well, that is a big undertaking. And let us know what you decide on that. That will require tons of money, a lot of work, and probably a lot of support from the provincial government, which they are actually keenly looking at. Actually, their province is developing their Alberta Rail Plan, and part of their plan is connecting downtown Edmonton to Edmonton Airport, as well as Calgary downtown to Calgary Airport, and possibly in the future building a rail line between two cities. So, we look forward to hearing more on that as we engage with the province, and you let us know what you decide as in your class, okay? Thank you so much for joining us. Okay. All right. So we're done with policies. we got to deal with before we go into voting on the budget, we need to deal with one of my subsequent motions because they are related to the budget. So I will cede the chair to Councillor Rice.
I have a chair.
Okay. I will move that administration prepare a report outlining a strategy to replenish cumulative impact of the $15 million reduction in annual pay as you go and establish a dedicated universal renewal fund aligned with the following principles. Repayment of the cumulative impact of the $15 million reduction in annual pay as you go by 2030. Part 2, redirection of tax levy funding used to replenish the financial stabilization reserve once the minimum balance is achieved. And number 3, incorporation of dedicated tax levy increase of successive 0.5% in 2027 and beyond to meet this strategy. Councillor, I worked with Councillor Salvador on that, so Councillor Salvador.
Second.
I just want to make sure I've got it right.
Can I make the introduction?
Yes, go.
Yeah.
ahead, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank Councillor Salvador and Councillor Knack for working with my office in putting this together because I got tied up quite a bit in other work. So when we were shifting from neighborhood renewal to this, right, and we needed to figure out how we replenish this. So I really want to thank them for this. The idea is that the money that will be taken out of the pay-as-you-go with this plan, we will be replenished back, as well as replenishing of our rainy day fund to the minimum balance. Once that is done, then we will, put together the resources will go toward creating a dedicated universal renewal fund that this council has been talking about for a while. And we know that we are doing pretty reasonably well job on fixing our neighborhoods through the neighborhood renewal fund, and we're doing a pretty good job of maintaining and fixing and having enough resources for our repairing and rehabilitation of our major river crossings, the major bridges that we have. But we also have quite a bit deficit in the renewal in other areas of the city, whether they're buildings, whether they're roadway infrastructure and others. So I think this is kind of a forward-thinking approach where we will deal with our immediate challenges at the same time, have a plan in place that puts us in a very strong foundation, financial foundation, a fiscal foundation to deal with that deficit as well as replenish pay as you go and our FSR. So that's the idea behind it.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And a question from colleagues, Councillor Catmull.
Thank you. So I just want to follow the math a little bit, first of all. So the 15 million reduction in annual pay-as-you-go, that is for 2025 and 2026, and that's it? Is that right?
No, you're doing an ongoing reduction
it's
of
ongoing.
$15 million. So the impact in this cycle is $15 million this year. $15 million no longer exists next year.
Right.
Which is a reduction in the total pay-as-you-go envelope of $30 million
In this cycle.
$60 million in the next cycle.
And this repayment plan then would start after those 6 years? Is that the intent, or what is the, like, I don't see where we return the $15 million back into the ongoing pay-as-you-go budget line. That would require an amendment in a future year. Is that what we're saying?
So I think that that's captured in that last point, that you're effectively, to do this, you would need to ensure, like, we would need to incorporate into this analysis at least a 0.5% dedicated tax levy increase in subsequent years.
To both repay the accumulating $15 million reductions and then get it, like, to repay that
Yeah.
and then get it back up to where it was.
Yes, and so how we're modeling this, and it's still sort of in progress.
Early days, yeah, okay.
Is right now in the budget, the amendments that you passed, you have 0.5% going to repay the FSR over 5 years. You have 0.5% added for 2025, 0.6% added for 2026.
Yeah.
Those need to stay in place for 5 years in order to repay the FSR. At that point in time, they can shift to start to repay the PAYGO deficit. But if you want to get to the place where you would have otherwise been had you not made this motion by the end of 2030, you'll also require successive tax increases. And our rough math is at the end of 2030, you would end up with, I think it's 56, the 15 million annually
Yeah.
being replenished into the budget on an ongoing basis for PAYGO, and $56.4 million of base budget that you can use for a renewal program.
And the effect on the property tax increases is, that's embedded in the 6.1% this year and 6% next year, is that right? Or
Just the FSR, you will have to do tax increases of 0.5% in 2027, 2028, 2029, and 2030 to get yourself back to where you were and then start a renewal fund.
So we're effectively taking money out to reduce property taxes this year on the premise that starting in 2027, we will increase property taxes to pay it back. We're borrowing from future years is the net effect.
That's a fair way to look at it.
Yeah, okay. So now that's a plan, but that does not bind future councils to that plan. A future council may revise that plan.
Yes, and every year, every 4-year budget, and I would argue every subsequent, you have the opportunity to adjust, and any adjustments you make have implications.
Right, and so there would have to be a reminder offered to future councils that this plan was laid out, and there is, until it is corrected or replenished, an ongoing deduction, for lack of a better word, in the pay-as-you-go annual funding, as well as an accumulating debt.
Yeah, and once as council you approve the plan, I think we as the budget office then build a budget based on that plan. So
sure.
our budget comes with that in the recommendation.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cotmell. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate this motion and understand it's tied to some of the other ones, but I think one thing for me that I'm stuck on is the second point around the minimum balance is achieved, because we've also had this policy conversation in which I asked questions earlier this week that admin is not recommending changing that minimum balance, but we're seeing that bigger delta between the risk levels of that 12, what could be, ideal versus minimum, and it's a bigger delta. So I think about that, and then I think about the fact that that plan to replenish in 5 years is only achievable if there's no money coming out of the FSR in subsequent years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
I guess what I would say is if we don't meet the minimum balance as quickly as we plan, you can probably still get to replenishment of PAYGO, but you don't get a renewal. It will impact how much you have set aside for a renewal levy and the money you can use to not just replenish,
Yeah.
but to do further renewal work and address
Yeah.
your backlog.
I guess to the mover, if this is approved, would you support a motion by me to increase the minimum in the policy around the FSR?
Is my understanding that minimum grows as our budget grows, because it's percentage of the overall
Yeah,
expenditures?
but I mean change the percentage in the policy.
Yeah. And that will impact the pay-as-you-go, so there's a risk there. But I also would say, not every year we run a deficit. Yes, we ran a deficit this year and last year, but in the past, we have actually run surpluses, right? So I think that will definitely allow the minimum balance to go up, right? If that is the decision, because as we're dealing with some of the structural deficit issues, so there could be a positive variances in the FSR moving forward.
Yeah. I think that's my other concern, though, is like, I remember at the last four-year budget debate, one of the things that was the most challenging to find for needed infrastructure projects was pay-as-you-go. For example, I know that none of the parks profile for playgrounds in areas that don't currently have playgrounds was funded because we didn't have pay-as-you-go. So that is just something I think about.
And you will have school sites and other things, which is why the replenishment is
With
important.
the accelerated,
Yeah.
oh yeah, can you talk to me about that interplay then? I hadn't even considered that, because we have some that we're funding, but those are already ones that were previously announced, but the province might announce more in March.
Yeah, there's emerging items within the capital budget for the funding of school sites, which we do the servicing to align with the government of Alberta's plan for additional schools.
And do we have any kind of scope and scale of what we're anticipating? Like, do we know kind of what schools because we know the capital plans for both the Catholic, public, and Francophone schools, right?
Yeah,
And what their
Councillor.
top priorities are?
Sorry, yeah. In the emerging items attachments during the budget, we did put in our projections for now for what we do have known, but we do know there's more coming. And to Stacy's point, those are obligations.
Where was that? Because I saw the one, and I saw, for example, Castle Downs High School is in there, the public school, but that doesn't have any servicing fees attached to it, right? Like, there's certain ones that we're already site service ready. Can you
Sorry,
just
just checking
redirect
that.
me into that attachment?
Yeah, I'm just checking
Okay.
to make sure I get it right.
Yeah, just chat me or message.
We will. The point is, sorry, and I'll let you go, is that those are additional commitments we'll have to match and meet, and those will be some dollars we'll have to put into it.
Okay.
Attachment 8.
Attachment
Thanks,
8.
Stacey.
Thank you, sorry. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to confirm my understanding that tax levy isn't the only way that we'll be working to repay the FSR. So I think even in the omnibus motion, we did commit other funds to the FSR. And we, as the mayor mentioned, there could be surpluses in future years, dividends, investment earnings. Is that true?
So investment earnings always go to pay-as-you-go, so they don't count as a repayment, but you're correct. Like, as investment earnings grow, it may create more pay-as-you-go for you. And it's true, you've allocated, there have been other things that have gone to the FSR on a one-time basis to help get it closer to the minimum, and we've factored that into the analysis we've done.
Great. I think that was the main thing I wanted to circle around. And then our policy requires us to have a strategy. Is what we have done so far sufficient in terms of having this plan? I know we need to amend the policy, but again, do we need to be more specific about being directive about future dividends, for example, or future, I guess, positive variances already automatically go into the FSR, correct?
Yes, if we end the year in a surplus, the policy requires that surplus go into the FSR at the beginning of the following year, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to ensure I have a really good understanding of what would be coming back as a result of the subsequent, so a report outlining a strategy, would that also include any necessary policy changes or procedures for point 3 for the dedicated renewal fund? And I'm just asking because it would be, I guess my expectation would be we'd sort of get that back and then be able to have a conversation about that at the same time as we're talking about the strategy that would come back as a report, or do you envision that being a subsequent piece of work that is directed at that time?
Are you asking about the policy associated with how you will allocate out the dedicated renewal that you create?
I guess any necessary policies that would have to go around the creation of that fund.
I think in this work, we'd be able to identify where a policy is required. Until you land on a strategy and we know what your appetite is for a dedicated tax levy increase, until you see the numbers, I don't know that we can write what that policy looks like completely. So I would suspect that the policy would come, we'd highlight we'd highlight the type of policy that needed, but we wouldn't actually write the policy until you approve the plan.
And
Because then we
Councillor-
would know the type of money we're dealing with.
Sorry, Stacey. Yeah, I would add, when we get to that place where we know we're going to have funding starting to go to it, it probably would be prudent for us to bring back what approach at that time we would take. And that could lead into policy and context around it, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, I guess, understand how we're building on the reports and work and analysis that has already come forward around the dedicated renewal fund. I know there've been a number of conversations about how that would be phased in, what that ramp up would look like, and just want to make sure we're sort of capitalizing on existing work.
We'd leverage that for sure into that. And we still will be exploring what we can do with what we have for renewal along the journey until this fund begins as well for next cycle too.
For sure. So when I look at the previous work, for example, like it talked about a few ways to bring something like this on. I think there was one option that went from 0.25 to a 1, and a 0.75% over several years. How would you expect council to have that conversation when this strategy comes back then, and then be directive around what we want that approach to look like? Just trying to get a line of sight as to how we eventually get to a solid and clear policy conversation so that is in place.
So I think at this meeting, what we want clarity on is this the strategy you want to undertake for the replenishment of the PAYGO and the conceptual beginning of a renewal, an envelope of renewal funding? If you create your policies before that, there's a good chance that you'll create a policy that this won't meet. Because even if this goes as planned, it will create $56.4 million in annual funding, which is a fraction of what you need to resolve your renewal deficit. So I don't think you want to write a policy that ties your hands before you see the total cost and whether you have the appetite to levy the amounts to address the policy.
Right, and we'll be able to see those total costs when this comes back.
I think you've seen the costs before. We've brought to you, what does it look like to create a facility renewal policy? What does it look like to create a transportation infrastructure renewal?
Right.
I'm not, Craig would better be able to speak to the buckets, but we've brought you that already.
Yeah, and I know that. That's why I'm just trying to understand how we get from sort of this higher level strategy conversation to a tangible, where is the decision point for where we would?
This is step one. This is a step to get you back from the decision that you've made today to a place where your FSR is replenished, your PAYGO is replenished, and you have the very start of a renewal fund. it's just step one.
Yep.
I think you're asking for everything, and I think what I'm telling you is, I don't know, maybe what I'm saying is we have to be careful, because if you ask for everything, I don't think that we actually have the financial capacity to fund it all.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, you can come back next round. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. If we write a letter to Santa Claus and maybe ask him, would that?
You can try, but your mail won't get there.
Okay. Oh. Okay, my question stems from, Councillor Cartmel had mentioned something about committing future councils. But isn't that sort of the process, is like, past councils have committed to certain things, and of course, we're going to commit future councils to certain things. Is it that unusual?
I don't think so. I think what you've done at the highest order is commit a future council to kind of resolve the $30 million issue that you have right now that comes from reducing pay-go but still having approved projects. But in actuality, budgets are living documents over time. And so when we have practices and principles like investment earnings to pay as you go, Edtel dividend to pay as you go, a component of tax levy to pay as you go, we start the budget process with those assumptions, but any council is free to make those decisions, and then we respond to the decision that council makes at the time that they make it.
Okay, and we can also, I mean, this council itself can maybe change course if we were to have a statutory public hearing on neighborhood renewal and find out that people don't want it.
Yeah, like that would be, you can always change your strategy, and we respond to your changes in strategy.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. And Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. You know, our letter may not get to the center, but they do get to the Premier and the Prime Minister, right? We have the address for them, right? And we've been sending them a lot of letters. And we're getting some traction. I'm hopeful. So the 15 million each year until 2030 adds up to $90 million that we will have a shortfall in the pay-as-you-go, right? That's my understanding, right?
Yeah, you have a shortfall right now, and then over the term of now to 2030,
Yeah.
you'll have $90 million less than you otherwise would have.
Altogether, right?
That's correct.
Right. And what is our shortfall in the FSR to get to the minimum? Is it 74 million or 78 million?
It's about 75 million at
75.
today's million. When we forecast out what we think the changes will be, you are ultimately going to have to replenish about $108 million to be at that revised minimum balance
Okay,
in year 5.
So 108 plus 90, that's, I got 207, right? That's good. And my estimate calculations, which I can just estimate calculation, like if we institute 0.5% tax levy in 2025, 0.5 raises about $11 million, and you accumulate that over to 2030, that will raise us close to $250 million.
Yeah, so if I do that math over the whole period,
Yeah.
it is $108.9 million in FSR repayment.
Yeah.
It is $90 million to replenish pay-as-you-go.
Yeah.
And this would give you roughly $52.3 million in that 6-year period that you can allocate to renewal. So for roughly
Yeah.
$252.2 million. Those are the numbers as of
Yeah.
cumulative numbers all the way out to 2030.
Yeah, so so if I understand that correctly, that with instituting this levy, we can replenish FSR, we can replenish pay-as-you-go, we still would have $52 million that we can allocate for renewal. But if we carry that forward, that's a $52 million on an ongoing basis
It's actually, it works out to be about $56 million on an ongoing basis.
Ongoing
Yeah,
basis.
yeah.
It's not just one time. So I think that's what I'm trying to do here is that deal with the affordability crisis today, but also build for the future, right? So I think, so I also understand that some of the pay-as-you-go recovery or replenishment will be at the, maybe more around the end of the next capital cycle, say 29, 2030, right? But there's ability to cash flow in order to, like, we'll be able to, what I want to understand that we would not be reducing our capital expenditures in this budget cycle, right? Because you're going to finance it through, what you call it, deficit financing, right, for the next 2 years.
Yeah, we should have the cash flow to do this. What we need is for you to approve the strategy.
Oh, absolutely.
That shows
Yeah,
this.
yes.
And that we should, with this strategy, we should be able to allocate still the $90 million.
Yeah.
Sorry, like recover that full $90 million so that you can allocate it in the next cycle and it will be paid back by
Yeah.
the end of the next cycle.
And under the next cycle, and also fully replenish FSR to the minimum level, which is $108 million, and plus have $56 million for renewal.
Correct. And
Got
just
it.
to clarify, the minimum balance isn't $108 million. That is the amount of money that you'll have to raise to get to the minimum,
Oh, I see.
revised minimum
Okay, got
balance
it,
in
got it.
5 years from now.
What would be the minimum balance in 5 years from now? Maybe I'm putting you on the spot. Because continues to grow as well, right? Because of the base grows, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
got
We
it.
can get you that number, I just don't have it in front of me.
So what I understand that we will be able to, we will have pretty much same amount of money in pay-as-you-go in next budget cycle if this policy is approved. If subsequent is approved, if not more. Okay, got it.
Yeah, you will have slightly more because now you'll have been, if you execute the strategy
Yeah.
as intended and you don't run any more deficits,
Yes.
there's a bunch of caveats in here.
Of course,
But
yeah.
at the end of it, you'll have repaid and you'll have $52 million to allocate to renewal in the cycle and an ongoing $56.4 million in the budget in future cycles for renewal.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah.
So before I go next round, I will take my turn and just follow the mayor's question. But to achieve.
And I have the chair.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Tan. So to achieve that outcome, but the trade-off here, we borrow from future, we leave the successive tax increase and start in 2027.
That's correct. That's, I think, what point 3 is indicating for us.
And so that means in short term, we adjust the tax rate, but we push this problem to the future, and then we may still get higher tax, and based on this 0.5%, and then this is not considered any other factors could change.
Yes, this can change for many reasons. If
Yeah,
you
could
run deficits, it
change.
can change.
Yes.
If you decide you don't want to levy taxes, you'll be left with less money. But it will require tax increases in the future to repay
All this.
under this, yeah.
Yes, all this. And another question, and right now, and last year, 2023, we have deficit 40 million, that's the final number. And right now, and we projected $19.4 million. But we cannot guarantee next year we will have surplus or the deficit because everything right now is uncertain at this moment. Is that fair to say?
Like the future deficit is uncertain?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all my questions. I will take my chair back.
Turn the chair.
Thank you. I'm going to Councillor Cadmer.
Thank you. So this motion does not put this strategy in place. It returns a report.
That's correct, and then I
Right.
think you'll have to approve that report, and then we start to build budgets based on that.
Yeah, okay, so you kind of answered my question, I think. There's a timeliness to this, like this report will have to come back pretty soon in order to true up all of the tax levy calcs, yeah?
Yeah, it would be our intention to bring this back to you before the mill rate setting exercise. And by then, we'll have an idea of what the year-end deficit for this year will be. And we can incorporate that into the analysis also.
Right, so you can play out the numbers, provide a chart, list the caveats, I guess, you
Yep.
know, or the assumptions, yeah, okay. If it doesn't pass, then do we have to go back to the amendment? I don't think we do, but I'm asking you. The amendment can stand, it's just that we don't have a strategy to true it up.
So this is why we wanted the policy exemption.
You're right.
Yeah, so I think now that you have that in place, I don't think that we have to go back. But what will happen if you do not approve a repayment strategy, then in 2027 to 2030, we will remove $15 million a year in PAYGO. So we'll remove $60 million from the PAYGO that you can allocate. And from what's left over, we'll remove the 30 that you've allocated and you don't have money for.
Right.
So your next year's pay-as-you-go money will start by money available, less already allocated, less $90 million.
And if that doesn't work, then it's into the next year and the next year.
Correct.
So it's not quite a death spiral, but it is without a strategy, it becomes, that's the strategy. It's not even a strategy, that's the requirement,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess we'll decide that when the report comes back, which it doesn't require a reconsideration of the amendment, but it might be prudent at that point. We might be talking about that again. Maybe, I guess that's up to us.
Yeah, I think what it really impacts the next cycle.
Yeah. Okay, and then does the math change substantially if we don't do the renewal fund? Sorry. Because I'm just thinking 56 million on what is at least a nearly $4 billion ideal spend every 4 years. Like I don't know if it complicates the math or if it overdoes the math or if it creates an unmeetable obligation to restore these dollars.
So based on these numbers, really PAYGO and the FSR is repaid 5 years from now, so 2029, and PAYGO is repaid in 2030, and the excess of what's left in the 2030 money is what's starting your renewal fund.
So if holding all of those caveats at zero, we're not even beginning to start this fund until 2030. I mean, that's holding everything, which is a lot of assumptions. But is that right? Do I have that right?
Yeah, that's the year that, for the most part, that's the year that the money that was previously being used for the PAYGO and the FSR
Becomes
flips into
available.
being fully available for the renewal levy.
Yeah,
Or
so there's a
renewal
choice at that point
envelope.
then to start the renewal fund or to return that to the tax levy or to do some other thing with it. I guess that choice can be made then. Because this is not, I guess that's the question. Would this be embedded in policy or would this be embedded in guidance for future councils? You would build it into your plan barring any other motion to the contrary.
So, and I'll let the clerk correct me if I'm offside here, but for me, I would build, you have now, I would treat this the same way I treat a funded service package,
Yeah,
essentially.
okay, yeah. It's guidance and instruction. It's above the line, so to speak, in future budgets, but it's not something that cannot be changed or challenged by a future council, with whatever consequences might come with that at the time.
Agreed.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Jumped on there. Sorry about that. Thanks, everyone. So I think maybe it's just because I'm hearing a lot of the questions, and I guess maybe we're getting caught up in a little of the wording and not to wordsmith things too much, but I was trying to track it down. So it was April 2016 when the motion that we passed was that administration provide a report to committee that includes a draft alley rehabilitation and renewal strategy. The wording here is not, I think the confusion is that the wording here doesn't actually, it says provide an outline of a strategy versus the strategy, and maybe that's where I'm getting caught up a little bit, so I guess maybe I'm overthinking it, but
I wouldn't have an issue if you called it a draft strategy.
okay, I think if that's friendly, I think we should call it a draft strategy, because I'm hearing administration feels comfortable with that. I think that would just make it a little more clear, so.
Is everyone agree? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect, because if we're running through that sequence of events in 2016, we did that in April. A few months later, we came back with the strategy. Council approved it, and then the budget was finalized right after. We're doing it slightly different order in that we sort of set the budget piece, but sequence of events, we can do it in a similar amount of time. Okay. Can I ask you? Yes? I don't know. As the mover, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think I want to make it absolutely clear to us and to administration that my intent through this subsequent motion is that we would have a strategy in place to implement what we have approved as part of the budget, right? Which is to replenish FSR, to replenish the pay-as-you-go, and start the renewal fund, right? And I want to make as clear as possible that if we are voting today for this budget, as we would end up being at, and this policy, there's no revisiting. I mean, council can always revisit, but I am doing that with full understanding that you are supporting this strategy moving forward as this council. Future council could change it too, right? So keep that in mind when you're voting for this, because otherwise, what the multi-part will fall apart.
Yeah.
Right?
So the change to a draft strategy gives you
I don't
more
want to
comfort.
I don't want to give Edmontonians any. I don't want to mislead in a way that we are reducing taxes today, that this policy could fail, then we will be revisiting that again in the spring, right? Yeah. If we are willing to do it today with the understanding that this is the plan to pay it back.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that updated piece will help clear that up then, and probably give that certainty. I mean, yes, it would be. No, I'm going to be speaking to it now, so I'm going to stop.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And Councillor Stevenson.
So can I just get clarification? I heard that was friendly, but I need confirmation, so may I change that?
Yeah,
Thank
please.
you so much.
Yeah, we all agree.
Great, thank you. I think, I think any budget decision we make can always be changed by a future council. Is that correct? Any policy we make can be made by a future council. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And I think for me, the assurance that I'm seeing here, or, the thing that is not sort of borrowing against the future, is the fact that we are building this amount into the base presently. So we are making that choice. We are taking that step to build it into the base, and also providing policy direction of where we want to see it allocated in future years. But again, that step of making the financial decision to put in the base is what we are doing right now. Is that correct?
I was just going to say, Councillor Stevenson, for a portion of it, yes, you will be starting to build into the base next year, but then there's increases required in the next cycle as well.
Yeah.
That you can't put into the base until that council.
Exactly. And again, much as happened with neighborhood renewal, which was built up with successive increases over multiple councils and budget cycles. So I think that precedent is there. The only other question I had was, I should have asked with my other question in terms of other opportunities to replenish the FSR. The mayor has done some great advocacy just around the grants in lieu of taxes owing to us from the province. I believe sort of the unpaid for past years amounts to about $80 million. Am I correct in understanding that's about, like that's 80 million out of 108 million that we need to get back to the minimum balance in FSR?
Yeah, if the government decided to replenish you for past years to the tune of $80 million, you could make a decision to replenish the FSR, and that would speed up this strategy.
Great, and I believe we did provide that direction already, correct? We passed the motion indicating that?
Sorry, the motion that I believe that you passed was if they return GPOT on an ongoing basis, you'll use the return to lower taxes.
And replenish FSR. I feel like FSR was in the motion.
I would just need to double check.
Sure. Anyway, I think there's hopefully a point that I'm trying to make that those questions have made clear. But perfect, thank you. I think yeah, again, just speaking to some of the other sources that would maybe just to the mover, do you have any updates on the question of GPOT?
Yes, I think, no, thank you for bringing that up. Actually, it's important because we are having very positive conversations with the province. What I was told by the Premier that our budgets don't align because we do our budget in December, they do budget in March, right? So there's a timing issue, right? But what I was assured that Premier is really pushing it hard within the government to deal with this inequity. Whether I don't know whether we'll go retro or not. I don't know, but I think there's quite a bit willingness in the part of the government that they need to deal with this issue. It's not only from Edmonton's point of view, but also there are other municipalities that are impacted by this.
Great. Well, and maybe I'll carry on with that question. In your conversations, I feel like this policy also provides assurances that, again, we have a really clear and I think incredibly financially responsible intent for any funds. You know, if we're able to pay off the FSR faster, we don't go on a spending spree. We're putting into renewal, which is significantly needed. So does that also provide some assurances in your conversations with the province in terms of this policy that's in front of us?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely know that we are forced to raise taxes to make up for that shortfall in the funding. That part they really understand, right? But I also sense from them that some of our policies are actually that we have taken a more responsible approach to maintaining what we have, right? Because they don't hear as many complaints about our infrastructure as they do from others. So I think that's a good indication too, right? So
Great. Well, I'm probably out of time. Thank you very much for those additions.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Rice. Ms. Padbury, I have a question for you, and I would like to get your professional opinion. Do you feel that this is a strategy you would recommend, or is there another strategy that you would recommend?
So this is a difficult question for me because I recommended a budget for you and you're choosing to amend it. If your question is this a reasonable approach to address an amendment made, then I would say I think it's a reasonable approach to address an amendment made.
Well said. Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Jens.
To the mover, I like the idea of it. I like a focus of renewal. I'm wondering, though, is it worth, for lack of a better word, fencing some of the areas where this renewal will be invested? I'm thinking in particular that we're having this conversation about substantial completion and trying to curb urban sprawl. And on one hand, if we're trying to focus on renewal and fixing what we have, we undermine ourselves when we're continuing to add more liabilities into new areas. Is it possible to have, say, this levy apply, or sorry, this renewal fund focus on fixing existing core infrastructure, and then new neighborhoods when they're, if they're built, are exempt. We need to find a different strategy to pay for them as well too. If that makes sense.
My understanding of our renewal deficit is that we have quite a way to go to catch up on that, right? So whatever fund we end up creating will probably be dedicated to renewing what we already have in the existing neighborhoods for a while, right? So I don't know if that kind of, yeah, so I think that's where, and I think administration will probably be in a better position to let us know where the deepest need is in the renewal, right? So I understand what you're saying, but I think once new neighborhoods are built, they don't need any rehabilitation for a few decades at least, right? So that's a kind of conversation into.
Can I ask administration a comment, sort of where we're at in terms of the renewal conversation related to development levies or anything else? Like, is this the only possibility as far as filling up the establishing the fund?
I'll maybe ask Ms. Petron to comment on that.
We do have a body of work in terms of how we are approaching the cost of growth for our developing communities and funding tools and options as it relates to that development. So that's more related to developing areas.
And what's the timeline on that work again?
I believe that's in later 2025 or 2026.
All right, yeah, no, I like the renewal fund. Is there other ways the mover would consider filling up this fund with other sources of revenue, or other ways we can mitigate liabilities?
I think we heard from administration, our investment earnings do continue to grow. That could be one option, but that's just small. But I go back to neighborhood renewal program. I think I was one of the strongest advocates for that program that actually started at 2% tax levy, right? Not 0.5, right? I think that could be conversation in the future as we move forward. Maybe that 0.5 needs to go to 1%, right? At some time in the future, to recognizing the needs in the renewal area, right? So yeah, maybe that's the only thing I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I did not see any more questions. So I think we finished the question and for this subsequent motion. It's time for speak before we vote. I'm waiting for my colleagues to sign in for speak. Councillor Catmull.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm a bit skeptical, to be honest, because there's just so many variables and so many caveats, and we're in a way predicting what's going to happen over the next 5, 6, 7 years. But from the perspective that we've made adjustments to the budget or amendments to the budget, and we need a strategy to account for those changes, this puts a marker out there that we need something to replenish these funds, whether it's this particular strategy or these numbers or some other thing. Something's got to true it up. So from that perspective, I'll support the motion to create a strategy. And I certainly on the FSR piece and on the pay-as-you-go piece, I'm supportive of the idea that we got to get these dollars back and replenish these accounts. My recollection of the capital budget conversation from 3 years ago was the ideal spend on maintenance and renewal was $3.7 billion in this 4-year cycle. And we were roughly 35% of that when you take the bridges out of that equation. So there's certainly a need to emphasize maintenance renewal, absolutely. 56 million dollars in 2030 is not gonna do it. So great, notionally great, acknowledging the issue, great. Is this the math that's gonna work? I kinda doubt it, but happy to support it, to at least have something out there that says we gotta do something about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Yeah, I pretty much, I think I'll echo that. I mean, I think the report that we had, I mean, we'll probably need 0.5% for 20 years if we're going to actually do, and that might not even quite be enough to do what we need to. So, I mean, we need to be prepared for that and excited for the strategy. So I was just going to echo what Councillor Cartmel said, and I know this is moved by the mayor, but I want to give particular recognition to Councillor Salvador, who has been relentless in her advocacy on a broader renewal strategy in the city, because we need a broader renewal strategy in the city. Over the last 15 years, we've been sort of shifting. We started with neighborhood renewal, then arterial roads sort of came into effect in 2015, alley renewal in 2019, and so, but it's all sort of road-based. So Councillor Salvador has rightfully acknowledged that we don't just own roads, and that we need to maintain roads. We got a lot of other things to maintain. So just want to make sure we thank her for that work and her constant support of this. Thanks.
Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and really appreciate the kind words, Councillor Knack. I think this is excellent to see, but also want to recognize that I think there's an understanding from everyone around this table that there's a need to move forward with a dedicated renewal fund at some point, and I think this is a really smart and strategic way to start laying that foundation. So I want to begin by thanking the mayor for bringing this subsequent forward. Once again, I think this represents a really reasonable and prudent approach to provide some short-term relief to help with affordability, while putting the right payment plan and tools in place to deliver long-term fiscal sustainability and stability to the organization and Edmontonians. I would have been deeply uncomfortable supporting the $15 million reduction to PAYGO if the repayment plan in front of us was not in place, so I'm very pleased to see a strategic and well-considered approach being put forward. Yeah, not a surprise. I'm especially pleased to see direction included in the subsequent for the creation of a dedicated renewal fund. We have known for years at this point that nowhere near enough funding has been put aside to maintain all of the infrastructure and facilities that have been built over the last few decades, and this really does lay the groundwork for that to happen. To me, establishing a dedicated renewal fund, it's about cost minimization. It's about being fiscally responsible with the way we manage our assets. And also just want to thank administration for the work that they've done over the last few years to really help us understand the extent of that renewal deficit, and what it's going to take in order for us to get to a more sustainable place and to get that under control. So yeah, I would of course love to see the fund start immediately, but I'm so pleased and impressed with the way that this concept is being advanced and integrated into the strategy in front of us. So yeah, very, very appreciative of all the work that's gone into it, and thank you again to the mayor for moving it.
Councillor Jess.
Thank you. Yeah, again, I want to thank Councillor Salvador. I believe it was a year ago or 2 years ago that Councillor Salvador made an inquiry about this and got the report moving and the ball rolling, and thanks to Mayor Sohi for collaborating on this and pulling it together. Is it enough? No. But what is enough is $427 million a year. And that's a very daunting figure. I was talking to some city folks from another community who are shocked, actually, that we're able to sustain everything we have in our city, and suggested it must be a stroke of good luck or magic that things haven't collapsed sooner, just based on how sprawled out we are, the aging infrastructure, everything else that's coming due. So the fact that bridges and other infrastructure, the fact that our LRT cars need replacing, our buses need replacing, all of this is just a function not only of a harsh winter climate, but of a very inefficient land development pattern. I think this is one of those, like, when's the best time to plant a tree? Probably 10 years ago. Second best time today. This is one of those instances where, had we as a I wonder individually, if I knew everything, not to suppose the intentions of my colleagues, but if I knew all of this to the same extent, would we have made the same decisions around the 4-year capital plan? Would we have made the same decisions in the first 90 days in office, where we committed to a lot of new recreation centers and new amenities that were highlighted in the fiscal gap report? Had we truly grasped the magnitude of the infrastructure deficit that was coming down the pipe at us, the renewal deficit, the fact that we were running LRT cars that are older than I am, where we're prefabbing our own parts for, would we have maybe voted for a new rec center for over $300 million? Would we have maybe voted for these different things? I don't know, but I do think that having this report and having this work come forward will benefit not just the next council, but successive councils, because they'll see that we're marking up and moving in this direction. I do worry there's, new is fun, new is exciting. People love going to ribbon cuttings, but, opening up a new sidewalk renewal just doesn't have the same, nobody brings a cake to a sidewalk renewal, and we should. And we should. We should have ribbon cuttings at sidewalk renewals. We should have, celebrations of a boiler replacement. We should have all of those things, but culturally we don't. We always want the new and the shiny, and I think we need to be very laser focused and dedicated on renewal and what we have. And I think this plan is a step towards that, and I hope that other orders of government will match us and help us. And I hope in the report as well too, I meant to ask this in the questions, that there's a contemplation of renewal is not just important to keep something open. It's important because it offsets operating costs. Neighborhood renewal, for instance, saves money in other ways. Other renewals, when you can have a more energy efficient envelope, saves us money on utilities, on bills, et cetera, et cetera. So I hope that there's a contemplation of, I know it exists in other forms and reports, but sometimes having those links together makes it a lot easier for folks to understand, okay, well, sure, building a net zero building or a green building may look more expensive, but the payoff year to year is there. So I will enthusiastically support this motion and admonish my previous self for not knowing then what I know now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I won't add too much more to what my councillors have stated. I will be supporting this. I probably, when this report comes back, will ask some really hard questions about the FSR and the minimum balance. I think it's not a conversation for today. It's a conversation for when this report comes back. I think that what we have to recognize is that budgets are dynamic and evolving and interconnected. And so what I wanted to really talk about in my closing here is the interconnectedness of it. We've talked a lot about renewal. We've talked a lot about growth. But I think that, I want to highlight some of the ongoing work and conversations that we've had around capital that are also going to intersect with and affect this in previous years, or outgoing years, I should say, not previous, outgoing years. I think about asset disposition. We know we have a lot of assets that are aging, and we're going to have to make some tough decisions about what assets we keep and what assets we don't, what assets add value to the city and what assets don't. And so that is ongoing work. It's nothing that we can immediately do, and it sometimes costs money to dispose of assets. I want to remind everybody that I was the only vote to not delete the disposition of, or the downtown optimization, and I know we're going to have a subsequent that's going to bring a report back, and we're going to have a further conversation on it. But anybody that's concerned about renewal budget would be remiss to not recognize that that is going to be a huge renewal cost in the next budget cycle if we don't dispose of those assets. So we're going to have those conversations. At the same time, we've already started having the conversation about how we build in a more effective and efficient way, and what policies add value and cost savings on an ongoing operational budget. Like sometimes we pay a little bit more in capital for energy efficiency, but then we pay less for years and years out of the life cycle of that building for the operations of that building. So there is a balance there, and that we have to have those conversations. But I think there is some space, and we've talked about it. And administration, and I want to give credit to Craig Walbaum, who's the interim acting deputy city manager for IIS. He's been very responsive. You know, we've had a lot of hard questions about infrastructure lately, and you and your team have handled them so gracefully, so transparently, and with the willingness to recognize that we can still continue to do better. And I know that those conversations are also going to continue, because if we can save on growth, like I said when we had that conversation at committee, if we could build 1.5 or 2 fire halls for the price we're spending right now to build 1 fire hall, that's money that we can either put back in growth or put into renewal. So these are all interconnected and intersecting conversations that we have to have. And so that's what I just wanted to highlight here, is that for me, yes, we need to focus on this, and this is a great subsequent and a great plan forward, but we can't let our foot off the gas on some of the other conversations that we're having too, that are more long-term, but do set us up for better financial health and well-being as a city long-term. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for my colleagues' great comments and well said intentions, everything. So before Mayor Sohi closes, I will pass the chair to Karen Tan.
Taken.
Councillor Tan, thank you. So I do believe we need to have this strategy to address the amendment made and this council passed, specifically related to OP2 and OP4, and which I voted against. I really appreciate our CFO's professional advice, said very carefully, is a reasonable strategy address amendments made. So I want to look at this a little bit different. I would like to say, and if we put this type of strategy, yes, we do need a strategy. I want to say, appreciate Mayor Sohi and Councillor Salvador and work on this. We do need a strategy to address amendments made. And then my question becomes, what is the cost of strategy? So I didn't ask too many questions, but all the questions are great. I just want to save some time for today to finish our budget. But the cost of this strategy from the motion on the floor, as everybody can see, and that is successive, 0.5%, and in 2025 and beyond that time. That is number one. The second cost of strategy is we already have some approved budget, approved project in place. And right now we are under the risk, or either those projects will be unfunded, or we have to increase tax levy and to support those projects, or we have to borrow some money and then or reallocate some money from different projects and to cover what we used money and from pay as you go. So like I already said yesterday, I disagree with the principle and you use the money borrowed from the future to address the current issue, because this is not the long-term strategy in alignment to address the needs of the Edmontonians in terms of the concerns about our city's budget. The two common and major concern we heard from public, and I heard from public, is about how we spend our money, how we budget our spending. That's number one. Number two, tax is too high. Tax is too high. If right now we incorporate this dedicated the tax levy increase of successive 0.5% and starting 2027, we could say, oh, that's next council could fix it. I do not think that makes me feel comfortable as a current council sitting in this chair to leave some issue for the next council to fix. So for the reason for the cost of this strategy, I support renew fund to be set up. That's his very, very good point. And then even because of this point, I voted against the capital budget back to 2022 because we did not budget enough renewal fund. And then it's not at the good balance and between renewal and growth budget. So we do need to pay more attention to ensure we have sufficient resources to support our city's renewal. So this is a great point there. But overall, by looking at the cost of this strategy, so I cannot support it. Thank you.
I return the chair.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Sohi, to close.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate the entire conversation. I really appreciate the way Councillor Rutherford framed this conversation around that everything is intersecting and everything is interconnected in our budgetary process, because one impacts the other. If we don't deal with one, there's another ripple effect of that. I think we need to understand this policy in that context as well, because we have a number of challenges that we're trying to deal with within this budget that also have flown through for other budgets as well. You know, I heard loud and clear from my colleagues from Edmontonians that 8.1% was too high a tax levy in this budget to pass. But we also had challenges around replenishing FSR. So we could have made a decision to do 1% tax levy 2025 and 1% tax levy next year to fully replenish FSR. But that would have meant, you know, paying 0.8% tax levy, right? So you're trying to balance that, but we also have a real challenge that we need to replenish FSR. There's no way, you know, avoiding it. So I came up with this plan, I think, which is reasonable. It balances all those competing, not even competing, you know, intersecting challenges. And when I look at the numbers, you know, with this plan, we will have $108 million back in the FSR. We will have $90 million back in the pay-as-you-go, and we would still have $56 million ongoing basis, which is not a huge amount of money, but it's a good foundation for us to think into the future of building on that and creating a dedicated renewal fund, right? I also go back to the conversation that we had leading up to the neighborhood renewal fund establishment, when it was established. I heard some of the same arguments that we're hearing today about that we are putting burden on future taxpayers. But those future taxpayers are also the owners of the infrastructure that we have. And if I own a home, I want to make sure that I'm putting enough money aside or budgeting for in the future for the well maintenance of that home, right? And that's what these kind of plans do. They don't burden the current taxpayers with all the challenges. They actually spread the cost because that infrastructure benefits everyone. Renewed infrastructure doesn't benefit only the today's generation, but also it helps the future generations as well. So I think it's fair to spread that cost of all these challenges as we do when we borrow money. When we borrow money, we have the same principle that we apply, that those who benefit also pay for that cost. I think this same principle here as well. So I think let's have that long-term view on these long-term challenges, but also deal with some of the immediate cost pressure that households are facing. So that is kind of the thinking behind this, the subsequent and the motion that were passed earlier on. Okay. I will encourage my colleagues to support it.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. We're just going to change this before we share. Just give us 2 seconds. Yeah.
And sorry, I have voted incorrect.
Yeah, you can change it on the screen. Yeah, you got to go back into it, and now you can vote. Councillor Hamilton, just to make sure I heard you correctly, you voted in favor?
Yes.
Thank you. And everybody else has voted correctly before we display the vote? We're good.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Mayor Sohi, do you have more?
No, we dealt with the subsequent, this
Okay.
one, so I'll take the chair back.
Yes, return the chair.
And now we go into the capital budget,
Yeah,
right?
just before we do that, just a friendly reminder, the reserves review, you haven't actually passed those motions yet, so if you could, that would be great, because they're referenced
Okay,
actually.
Councillor Rutherford? Are there, because we dealt with all the questions with everything, right? So Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah,
go
I'm
ahead.
just trying to pull up the recommendation and
Yeah, we can throw it up on the screen as well, and I checked with who selected it, that all of the questions have been answered.
Oh, sorry, yeah, why don't the person
I
that
can't,
selected it?
I don't have the sheet here.
It was Councillor Principe.
Councillor Principe, you selected 5.4. Do you want to move the recommendation 5.4?
Sure, I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay.
Do I need to read out all 6 bullets?
We can put
Madam
it on
Clerk?
this. I'll
Well,
defer to the chair.
it's putting, they're coming, here they are.
Okay. That a reserve be established for facility lease renewal and replacement to capture contributions required from tenants to fund future renewal or replacement activities associated with leases of city facilities as outlined in attachment 3 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02667. And 2, that a reserve be established for Edmonton elections to manage program costs over the 4-year election cycle, as outlined in attachment 3 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02667. Number 3, that revised city policy C217F, reserve and equity accounts, as set out in attachment 9 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02667, be approved. That revised city policy C629A, financial stabilization reserve, as set out in attachment 10 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02667, be approved. That $3,304,823 in funds currently held in appropriated financial reserve be released to the unappropriated financial stabilization reserve, as outlined in attachment 11 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02667, and that attachment 11 of the December 2nd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02667 remain private pursuant to sections 24 and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Salvador? Oh, you have an amendment? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would like to make an amendment to strike .5. And that's in reference to the 3.3 million in funds currently held in the appropriated FSR related to the Arts Common project funding.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor? Can you make the introduction?
Yeah, absolutely. So last week at committee, we had a conversation about, a broad conversation about the Arts Common project and the future of this land and the dollars that have been set aside for the Arts Common project. I think the timing of this, this is an active conversation. At committee, it was requisitioned up to council for further debate and dialogue. So I think it's prudent to retain these funds within the appropriated FSR at this time, so that we can give community and stakeholders who are actively engaged in this conversation the surety that those dollars are still set aside as they were initially intended to be.
Great. Thank you. Any questions, colleagues?
I think administration might have some comments.
Okay, well, then before we do that, I do want to welcome some guests who are visiting us. Hi, kids. How are you? Nice to see you all. They are grade 6 class from Laurier Heights. We just had another class from Laurier Heights. You all came on the same bus, right? Did you not? Yeah, I saw you getting off the bus on that side of the city hall. It was ETS bus, right? No, that was different. That was a different school then. It was a different school then. They are here. They're with their teacher, Shaylee Boucher, right? Thank you so much for joining us. And Ward CP Biniwak, your ward councillor is Councillor Hamilton. And Councillor Hamilton is actually away. Hi, sorry. But she is away from Edmonton, representing City Council at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities on behalf of City Council, but she's also joining the meeting as well as, so she's multitasking, right? So, Councillor Hamilton, you want to wave to the kids? There she is. If you look at the screen up there, there you go. They're waving back. Great. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you having fun? How much fun are you having? A lot of fun. Like this much fun? Really? And are you doing your mock console? You already done it? Okay, would the mayor want to come down to the podium? Come down to the podium. Yes, tell us your name, and then tell us what were you discussing?
My name is Peyton Thompson, and we were discussing that e-scooters should or should not be allowed on the sidewalks.
Oh, e-scooters on sidewalks?
Yes.
I'm really curious. What were your decision?
We're going to have the public spaces bylaw discussion. Let's talk about
That they should not. Well, we had more votes that they should not be on the sidewalk, and they should be on bike lanes.
Okay, well, good. Well, I think we're going to have that discussion early next year as part of the some of the bylaw changes that are coming to us on the public spaces bylaw. So I think your decision may actually influence our decision on safety aspect of it, right? So because those scooters do move fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very, very fast. Yeah, cool. Thank you so much for joining us. Well done. Great. So we are talking about budget today. We have been talking about budget the entire week. It is a process where we determine how much money we need for the next year to continue to provide the services that we provide to Edmontonians, such as safety, fire service, police budget, public transit, libraries, rec centers, snow clearing, maintenance of our parks. We do a lot. The city provides a lot of services to Edmontonians, so we need to make sure that we have enough resources allocated to continue to provide those services. So that's what we are talking about today. You are welcome to stay as long as you want and watch the conversation, but I'm pretty sure you have other stuff to do here as well, right? So, good. Thank you so much. Lovely to see you all. With that, we have the amendment on the reserves, and I understand that administration may want to say a few words, right? So, go ahead, please.
So just speaking to recommendation 5 of the reserves review, so if that funding is not released to the financial stabilization reserve, the unappropriated portion of it, it'll impact the repayment strategy we discussed earlier. So the amount that required to be repaid back in the FSR repayment strategy by the end of the 5 years, so by the end of 2029 was 106 million is what we talked about. So that would increase by whatever this amount is, $3.3 million, so upwards of 109 million. So, but when we bring back our report in March, we can reflect how that would impact the payment strategy.
We would be going from 109 up to 112.
Okay. For the total replenishment, right, amount? Yeah,
That's correct. So we just wanted to make sure
yeah,
that you
that's
understood
right.
that.
Yeah. And when you come back with that report based on the past subsequent, you will identify that as if this approves. Got it. Okay. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Just a very quick question, and based on what we passed, subsequent motion, and also the policy, is there any impact on the number 3 and for the reserve and equity accounts, and also the financial stabilization reserve?
We are only focusing this on the amendment at this time. We'll come back to talk.
That one.
We'll
Okay.
come back to.
Okay, I will come back for that.
Yeah.
I thought that amendment is done.
Good. Okay. Any other questions on this amendment? I see none. Anyone to speak? Councillor Rice, can you take the chair? I just want to say a few words.
I have a chair.
Yeah. I know these are difficult decisions as well, because we want to make sure we replenish our FSR as quickly as possible. But I have been engaging with the community on this, and Councillor Salvador has been leading this conversation for a while with the Alberta Avenue. And I'm very familiar with this project, because that project, actually, my God, I go back to my olden days from this council and I think about how things have changed. But this project was such a true passion of the community. And I remember us allocating funding for this project. I remember allocating land for this project. And community has worked so hard tirelessly to get to some form of resolution on this, but there has been many barriers and obstacles. But I think we owe to the community an opportunity to reimagine this project, and that's why we had that conversation at the committee couple of weeks ago about what happens to that land, how that land either gets transferred or not. And I think because there's so many other moving pieces to the Arts Common project, I think releasing this money at this time I think it will stop those conversations. It will probably hinder those conversations. That's why I think we need to keep the money where it is, tied to the project, within the community, that allows them to reimagine that site. It could turn into, beautiful art space, could turn into beautiful indigenous cultural center, or a combination of those, or housing. There's a lot of potential for that site. But if we do take the money away, I think that potential will be lost. That's the ask from the community. And let's honor that ask for a little longer and see where we get. And if this doesn't go anywhere, then there'll be opportunity for us to release that money back to FSR. With that, I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I appreciate the intent of the motion I was there for the conversation as part of the committee, and, I appreciate that we want to be able to honor the community conversations that still needs to be had around re-envisioning. I think I'm struggling with this is because this is not the only community capital project that has this kind of recommendation with the same kind of intent and conversation that still need to be had. And if I take a different principle on this project that I'm not taking on, if I take the same principle with other project that I'm not taking with this one, I think it'll be just inconsistent for me from a value perspective. I have no doubt that the many moving pieces can still come together, but right now I don't see that coming to fruition within the next year. And I think the financial stabilization reserve needs some actions now. And so for that reason, I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you. I'd really echo the mayor's comments and don't have too much to add. I mean, for me, this is really about providing some degree of continuity for a project that community has been incredibly invested in for years at this point, and also recognizing how fresh some of those conversations are and how they're currently evolving as recently as the last 2 weeks, and knowing that this is going to be coming up to council next week. It is in flux, and I think it would, as the mayor said, do a disservice to all of the community members and organizations and nonprofits and other entities who've been working towards some version of this vision for a really long time. So yeah, I would strongly encourage my colleagues to support this amendment in order to provide community with that degree of surety that these aren't just going to be released immediately without further conversation. So yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, then we will go to rest of the questions on this. Councillor Rice, you have questions, right? Go ahead, please.
Yes, related to number part 3 and part 4, just want confirm, is there any impact and for these two and based on amendments passed?
No, there would be no impacts to the reserve and equity policy or the FSR policy based on the amendments passed. Everything you did was based on exception basis to the policies, so there would be no amendments to these reserves.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want that to be in the public record. Because in the policy for the part 4, we still talk about the 3 years replenishment.
Yeah, and the policy will stay with 3 years. You made an exception to the policy to increase it to 5 years.
Yes. Thank you. That's all my question.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Nope. That's the previous. Okay, any other questions on this? Okay, anyone to speak? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So we have dealt with that. Did we deal with 5.5?
Yeah, as far as my records show, you've dealt with everything else. 5.5 wasn't actually selected for debate. So if I can just do a quick run through what's still left to be dealt with.
Yeah.
The main motion on the capital as amended, the main motion on operating as amended. There's a few motions to keep a few attachments in private. And according to what I've got here, everything else has been dealt with.
Okay. So on the capital and operating, we do vote separately, right? Even though they're interconnected.
Happy to take direction from council.
Because this is always a struggle, right? Because one depends on the other. Like in the capital, we do projects. In operating, we borrow money to do those projects. One passes, another fails, right? It's kind of always a dilemma, right? So, so I don't want to, I think in the past, we have always voted separate.
Not the main primary budget motions.
We always vote them separately. Yeah, which is kind of challenge. Yeah. I would prefer to have one vote on both, but that's me only, I think. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So how about the capital? The capital on the main page where attachment 4, attachment 5, attachment 7, we have different parts for the capital.
Yeah, so the motion that you put on the floor actually just indicates all of the amendments and all 3 of the attachments plus all the subsequent amendments that have already been made. So it's one vote.
It's one vote. So I look at the report here, originally separate.
Yeah, and
1,
we
2,
explained
3.
that on the first day, that what was being presented by administration is all of the motions that they would like to be passed, and how council chose to deal with it was in alignment with council's process approved at this last meeting.
So is that possible to
I'm sorry?
vote? Is that possible to vote separately?
On what?
Capital.
Well, I think that's the practice. We vote separately on capital and operating, but they're interconnected. I'd rather see one vote on both.
So first of all, is council wanting to speak
So
to
what
both
is-
of them
what i-
separately, or are you wanting to just have one opportunity to speak to both operating and capital, recognizing how much time is left in the day? So it's about 90 minutes to speak to each.
Yeah.
So first question, would you like to speak to the budget in its entirety or separately?
But I think my first question is, what is the process for us to vote together on both?
If that's for you to tell me. You can do it either way, separately or together.
I'd rather see there's one vote on both capital and operating. No, but that's the problem. The struggle I have is that, people tend to votes tends to be different on both budgets, right? And when they're interconnected, like, capital could fail. For example, if operating budget fails, so we pass capital first, we vote then operating second. Capital could pass, operating budget could fail. That makes capital budget redundant, basically,
Well, then
because
if one of the two of them fails, then we need to take a small recess and come back and figure out what the next plan is.
that's why it's important that we vote them together. That's my point, right?
Yeah, vote on capital, vote on operating.
Well, we will speak once for everything, right? But I have this ongoing struggle and dilemma that, maybe I'll, there's some, I don't know if it's democracy or not. It's not. It's,
If
Yeah.
it fails and we're still here, then that's on us.
yeah. Okay, so what we will do, is it okay for colleagues that we vote separately, but we speak to them, both of them, once? So we will speak to both capital and operating together, right? Do you want to start now because then we will have to take a break, or we can make a decision, and this is up to clerk and administration, that we extend the order to work through the break, or we just take a break now, start at 1:30.
Can I make another suggestion?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I make another suggestion?
Yeah.
That we do just some of the subsequents that don't affect the budget one way or the other?
Are there subsequents that do not impact the budget?
I have one.
I'll go to clerk to see, because I don't want to break the flow of people speaking on the budget, right? So that's why I want to do it, either extend the break or do it after the break.
Or cap speaking to 2 minutes.
That's not fair, yeah. Clerk?
This is your meeting. I just want to confirm that the council's intention is to adjourn at 5, so
Yes.
it's up to
yeah.
you.
Can we do subsequents prior to the approval of the budget?
Well, you just did.
We did one, but are there other ones we can do?
I've got 2.
Okay. Well, let's do as many subsequents we can by 12. Is that okay, colleagues? Okay, okay. Councillor Rutherford, what are your subsequent?
I'm just pulling it up. Sorry, I was not prepared for you to call me just that quickly. That administration bring back a report outlining the current practices involved in supporting private events and the recovery of expenses related to both direct and indirect costs of those events.
Second.
Could make the introduction, please?
Sure, I think that, again, this is where I kind of mentioned about how everything is intersecting and connecting, but we know the best way to address the tax levy is through operational. And I think that there are some private entities that have a lot of indirect costs that we are incurring as a city on our operations side that we're not getting cost recovery for. So I want to have that conversation. Whether we do anything with it or not is the conversation for that committee, but I think it's an important conversation to have, so that's the intent of this. And it would be coming back to, I'm guessing, executive
And can you give me a when?
in the normal course of
In
time.
13 weeks?
Yeah.
And does that work for administration?
Does that work for administration?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay.
Happy to take any questions.
Yeah. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Cartmel, go ahead, please.
Sorry, maybe I missed this, but to the mover, what is meant by private events?
Events that are not open to all of the public, that are ticketed events, events that there's groups that are making profit off of through the production of that event. That is what that is meant for.
But like events in city-owned facilities or events?
No, not just in city-owned facilities. It's, if there are private events that are requiring additional operating dollars to run those events, and those private entities are making a profit off of it, and we are incurring we're basically indirectly subsidizing it, I want to have the conversation about what that looks like. That's what the intent of this motion is.
It just seems really, really broad, like the volleyball championships could be described as that. High school
don't think so.
volleyball could be described as
No,
that.
no, because it's it's specifically, I mean, if you want to amend it to, because I'm talking about private events run by for-profit. So we could add for-profit if that makes it better, but the intent is not to do nonprofit.
Can we say, sorry,
No, just let the,
go ahead.
Do you have an example?
yes, but I don't really want to publicly say that example right now.
Well,
The reason that this, yeah.
I can't support something, I mean.
And then you can choose to support it or not, but
But there's thousands of private events.
yeah, and we can add,
Like somebody rents the city room, what's the market rate? Are we subsidizing because we're not charging as much as the J-Dub? Like this can go anywhere.
well,
Councillor Rutherford, if you do want to have a more fulsome conversation to answer Councillor Cartmel's questions, you may want to go in private.
yeah. I would say, just to answer your question as fulsomely as I can, is that the intention is, and maybe, you know, if we want to modify it to be large private corporate events, I think that the intent of my motion is well known by administration, and that it is not anything related to nonprofits or other entities that are running private events. Even our Explore Edmonton group would not be included in that. Yeah, happy to answer more fulsomely in private, I guess.
Yeah. Would supporting for-profit corporate private events be friendly? If somebody moves that? Okay.
Don't have to move it.
Oh, is that friendly? I think they'll probably narrow it down, exclude nonprofit and community such as, you know, schools here. Okay, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Ms. Fleming, you have sort of I don't know, maybe a broader view of what Councillor Rutherford is asking? Like, can you narrow it down a bit for us?
I would prefer you speak to the mover about narrowing the motion.
Okay, but do you know what her intent is?
I think it'd be best to go into private if we're going to get into details.
Okay, then I will move that we go into private subject to 24, 25? Just 24?
Second.
Please vote.
2 seconds, we were doing our friendly here, so can we do that with unanimous consent?
Yes, the friendly with unanimous consent. That would
Thanks so
add
much.
supporting for-profit corporate
Yeah.
private events.
And with unanimous consent, we've gone in
Yes.
camera at
Yeah, okay.
11:28.
Okay.
Do you mind just not withdrawing it till I know that we're back in public so people can hear and there isn't confusion? Thank you.
Okay. Are we back in public?
Yeah, the security is just opening the door if you want to wait 2 minutes for
Yep.
the media to come in.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, we're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I will withdraw my motion.
Okay, anyone objecting to withdrawal of the subsequent? I see no objections. Got it. Okay. I think who else was on the list? There was Councillor Hamilton. You were next for the subsequents.
Thank you. I would like to move that this is on community safety and well-being. One, that administration undertake a review of the community safety and well-being expenditures in the context of the community and safety well-being ecosystem. Work should include, but is not limited to, looking for service duplication and efficiencies, cost of service provision, and outcomes. And the survey should include both internal work and external agencies operating in this space, with a due date of Q3 2025. And two, that administration dissolve the Community Safety and Wellbeing Reserve into general revenues and change the funding source of any grants and programs to reflect this change.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rice, you seconded? Okay. All right, can you make the introduction, Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I think early in this term, council identified, I think, a really significant investment in community and safety and well-being. In late 2025, I think it'll mark about 4 years since, maybe even definitely 4 years since this council made that investment. And I think going on much longer for a lot of other investments. And I know that we've been looking and talking about this question for quite some time. I know that some of this work has been done in bits and pieces, but I think in late 2025, it's a good opportunity for the successive council to this council to look at that investment in the context of looking at, I think, asking the questions that this council has asked as well, which is this the best use of our dollars? Is it getting the outcomes that we want to see? And so this is about setting up the next council for that conversation. The second piece of this is that the Community Safety and Wellbeing Reserve is separate from the revenue. It's separate from the other accounting that the city performs. I think I want to be really careful with this. It's not about getting rid of the investment, but making the investment in this space part of a holistic prioritization process, and allowing the dollars to flow a little bit more freely between different funding sources. So that's one of my reasonings for it, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, questions?
Thank you. Could you clarify who's included in terms of external agencies?
I think So I think that it would be safe to say you look at reach. I would say this would not include EPS because I think that is a far more significant and complex undertaking. But it could include other organizations that we're funding externally. I did not want to define that necessarily because invariably we leave things out or put something in that isn't a fit. I am deferring to administration's best judgment on that. However, if you have a concern in terms of who someone you'd like to see included, or then I'm happy. I'm happy to take that input.
Well, I'm wondering, how about Edmonton Fire Rescue Services?
I think that's an interesting perspective. I think that would be similar to EPS outside of the preventative space that I think some of this work was meant to cover. And it isn't a core mandate. I think that's like, so it's not, no, I'm not sure how you fold that in, because some of the work they certainly do is preventative, but not all of it. But it could be costed as part of an internal, sorry, I don't want to take all your time, Councillor Jones, but it could be costed as part of an internal expenditure.
Like, I'm not opposed to the sentiment of having the conversation. I just think we're really, unless we get other external folks to the table, it's not really going to make a dent. Like, if we don't have Alberta Health there, the police there, fire there, others there, we're not going to really be able to talk about, say, overdose poisonings or treatment shortages or those other pieces. So I'm just contemplating how to get at what you're suggesting. Because ideally, with the Councillor Knack upload motion, we should be returning a lot of this stuff back to the province anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what is the mover hoping to accomplish as an outcome here?
This generated out of a conversation with the mayor and his office. Primarily, the primary part of this for me is the reserve, and what I see is cleaning up I'm going to say the budgeting part of it. But there was a request that if we're going to look at the reserve, then we also look at an assessment of how the ecosystem is functioning.
Yeah. What about, say, 911 dispatch and crisis response and those other pieces, like that, where it's not necessarily EPS, but the city has direct hands-on that function?
I think that would be part of the internal looking at work, but this is community safety and well-being, not emergency services. Mm-hmm. And so there's the 211 link, right, of community safety and well-being, and the link in from 911, and Reach has done a lot of the work on understanding what the calls that port over from 911 to 211 are. So that might be part of the external agency's input into looking at the provision of community safety and well-being and how it's flowing across the ecosystem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just want to start with a question to the mover. Certainly I think there's some points in the first section of the motion that I have some questions for administration on, but I guess I was trying to understand the logic of dissolving the fund before we have done. Oh, and sorry, just maybe it's wording. The reserve or the fund would be dissolved prior to
the reserve.
And
not the fund, because the fund is allocated.
Okay, so then what does dissolving the reserve accomplish?
So it sections off money. To my understanding, it is sectioning off funding. And then that funding does not compete against other priorities within the city operating budget.
Okay, my understanding was the
If I'm understanding.
reserve, yeah, my understanding was the reserve was for variances. So if the community safety wellbeing funds weren't entirely spent in a year, they would be rolled over into the reserve. But I can get
Yes.
that clarity. But I guess again,
Yep.
sort of why make that second point prior to the evaluation being done?
So we are, so I respect that council has made this a priority. When we have funds sitting in a reserve, they cannot be used for other operating or capital purposes. And I think if we, given that much of the funds are already allocated within community safety and wellbeing funding, if they are not spent, should they sit in, I am arguing that if we cannot spend them, then they should not be prioritized for that
Okay, thank you.
purpose
Sorry, I'm just mindful of
against general
time.
revenues. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So maybe to administration, just so I understand maybe the scope and scale. Am I correct in understanding that the reserve is just for specific dollars that aren't spent from one year to the next?
Yeah, the carryover is actually quite helpful because sometimes we can only move as fast as community can. And so in honor of what a lot of these not-for-profits are doing, that flexibility has been really helpful for us to help them deliver.
And my memory is that those amounts are nominal is maybe a strong word, but they're not the bulk of the annual funds. Is that fair?
The carryover has not concerned us.
Okay, it's maybe just to put a number over under $1 million, like out of a $20 million fund?
So I can maybe help you there. In 2023, the opening balance of this reserve was zero. We transferred in carry forwards for CSWB initiatives of $6.5 million. And any of the release that became available for allocation, which is about $3.7 million. And maybe if I can just elaborate on what Ms. Flaman said, when you have a reserve, it helps the carry forward process. If you eliminate the reserve, then what happens is we follow the city's normal practice for carrying forward, and you have that discussion on CSWB carry. The carry forward isn't automatic. You have to approve the carry forward as part of the year-end closing process.
And given that many of these commitments are grants, again, there's that challenge that we may have committed to a grant, maybe not been able to cut the check by the end of the year, but that commitment has been made.
Yeah, that's correct. And some of the initiatives and things that come throughout the year as we respond to community, because that is also part of CSWB, that we do really rely on their input and their direction so that, they're closest to the problem, often closest with their ideas of solution.
Great. So just very quick, I think yes, no questions. I believe we recently had a report on service duplication.
Yes.
In the sector. And I believe we also have an evaluation coming up on community safety wellbeing funds.
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stephen. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I guess to the mover, I guess, why do you, sir, what's your intent or purpose of requesting this information?
That is really a accountability thing. The part one was, like I said, at the request of the mayor's office, following our budget discussions. But really, it's about rationalizing the sectioning off. I think we have to have a tough conversation in the next year about how we are sectioning off money for things that are council priorities at the expense of other operating priorities. Truly, I think, and so I think this is part of the step to that. I know anti-racism, community safety, well-being are all still council priorities, but I think when we were talking about 1% being $20 million, I think that the money should compete equally. Fundamentally, we've sectioned off money and it doesn't compete equally against our other operating priorities. And the more we section it off, the harder it is to rationalize the operating budget. We also don't particularly have a lot of metrics in this space. And I think that is that part one is an opportunity to recalibrate what the metrics we want to see out of this are.
And I appreciate that
yeah.
point about getting, understanding the metrics of it. Where I'm concerned too is where the motion reads, not limited to service duplication. So there's a lot of different organizations, groups that are doing the same thing. Maybe with different demographics or. So do we need to have the motion include something about an assessment of the need for these services?
I think that was just a caveat, but you certainly are welcome to amend like the need identification. I tried to leave it broad enough.
Okay. Ms. Flaman, would that also include an assessment? Or would I need to make an amendment?
We would benefit from as much clarity and scoping as possible. When we start using words like ecosystem, I do get a bit nervous about what exactly is being looked at. You know, just to give a frame, like we have about $21 million. And if you want to talk about what we as a city can control, it's how we're funding and how we're distributing. And so in some of the progress work that we're doing right now, and I'm in the process of reviewing a document right now, where the team is being able to bring forward through our work with community on some of our grants, indirectly over 200,000 people are being impacted indirectly, right? So we are getting to the metrics. We've hired an evaluation specialist. This is work that we have been reporting on quarterly to council about the progress that we're trying to make. This social evaluation is a nascent area in terms of having some really strong quantitative. There's lots of qualitative data out there. So this is a journey. We are on it. We are absolutely interested in being able to demonstrate impact for these tax dollars.
Okay, so we're talking 21 million versus a $3.8 billion budget, right? Or out of a 3.8.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, we are at 11:58. So what I would suggest, as we discussed earlier on, when we come back at 12:30, we will go back to the budget. Sorry, 1:30. Did I say 12:30? Oh, 1:30 I meant. When we're back at 1:30, we will go back to the budget and we will start speaking to both the capital and the operating. Once we have concluded speaking, we will vote on the capital, then we'll vote on the operating, right? And once we are done that, then we'll be back to the subsequent motions. Okay, all right. Until then, we are on recess. Sorry. Okay. Hi, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello?
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette is unable to join us, Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Clerk, before we get into this, I just need some procedural help.
Sure.
If what is in front of us fails, right? Do we go back to what was approved as part of the last budget, which would be?
So I can answer procedurally what would happen, and then financially, Stacy would have to jump in.
Okay.
So council has dealt with just about everything on its agenda, so the bylaws are passed.
Yeah.
And all the reports are passed except for a few outstanding motions related to 5.1 and 5.2, so the operating and capital recommended amendments from administration plus the changes. So if one of the two fail, we would need to take a pause and see what steps would need to be taken. But procedurally, if the motions on the floor fail, then I would say you're back to where you started with 5.1 and 5.2 because those items aren't completed, but the remainder of the items have already been passed. So it's possible we'd have to go back through and council would have to reconsider its previous direction within the same meeting.
So that one, we will start with whatever administration proposed with
Yeah, we could
with,
start.
with
Yeah, we could start.
8.1 and work through the whole process?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, it depends on what fails.
Well, if fails, the entire budget fails, right? We're voting on the entire,
Not necessarily. It depends. I don't know. It depends what would fail.
the capital or operations?
Yep.
Yeah, but
They're connected.
they're connected.
For sure. So depending on what the outcome is of the vote, we would need to take a recess and we need to confer with finance. But procedurally, it's possible. We never anticipate we know any vote until it happens.
Yes, yes. So we will start all over again, or we could, somebody could bring forward motion presented as by the administration, which is 8.1, and vote on it. Right? That could be one option.
We would have to go back and make sure that if it was, hypothetically, if the capital budget passed but the operating didn't, I'm not sure that the starting point would be the same. We'd have to go back and check and see what the administration might need to update some things.
Yeah.
So again, the decisions made to your budget are not limited to what you passed in 5.1 and 5.2. There were other changes and
Yeah.
exemptions, so we'd have to go back and unpick. Depending, I don't know.
And last, we approved 7%, right, as part of the last budget deliberation? We put 8.9 and 7%, right, for 2025?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Okay. We'll see where it lands. Okay, we have both motions on the floor, right?
Yeah, everything's on the floor as amended.
As amended. And I will open the floor for council members to speak to both the capital. Also, one more procedural thing. I am so sorry. Like, one is moved by Councillor Rice, and one is moved by Councillor Knack.
Correct.
So who would close?
Who would you like to close? Sometimes council lets you close. Like, like as the head of council, that might be an easy place.
I think Knack, because it's his last budget.
Okay. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Knack. Last budget.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out a subject.
Might be all of our last budgets.
Well, it's for sure his. It's for sure his.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
I don't mind.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Good. Okay. We will open the floor now to speak to the budget.
Remind everybody.
To speak to the budget, both
So, point of order.
Yes.
Mayor, before we go into speak, I know we said speak in all advance.
Yeah.
And then, but do we still have that opportunity to vote separately?
Yes.
For the capital,
And the
attachment 4, 5, 7, that's just 3?
No, we vote on
No.
capital budget, which is in front of us, then we vote on the operational budget.
So this is only two separate, so not specific on each item?
Nope.
Okay, okay, thank
Okay.
you for that clarification.
So we want one vote on capital, one vote on operations. Operating, sorry. Okay. Who wants to start?
So we're just going to refresh the speakers queue, and if everybody can log into item 5.1 to indicate that they want to speak. The previous speaker queue was related to the subsequent motion that's on the floor.
Say the last part,
It's-
please. Can you repeat the last part? Sorry, I was distracted.
No, that's okay. There we go. So everybody who wants to speak to the operating and capital budgets as amended is on the screen now. This is the updated, nope.
That was for the subsequence, sorry.
Just one moment. We just got to make sure we're not deleting a speaker's queue here. Yeah. Okay, so are we all agreed we're going to go log into 5.1? Okay, we'll show the screen. Okay, we're going to clear the screen, so apologies. There's just lots of speaker queues that have been opened. Okay, so we have deleted everything under item 5.1. We've deleted it, we've deleted all of the names, we've deactivated. We're going to now activate item number 5.1. Okay, can you activate the speakers queue? Okay, now you can all sign up.
Okay, we are ready to speak to capital and operating budget as amended, so please sign up to speak. Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to say thank you to everyone, of course, for all the hard work, and thank you to the city clerk for explaining the process, because and thank you to the mayor for asking that question, because I was going to ask that same question, because I would like to know what would happen if a majority of council did vote no, what would happen, what the process would be. So now that I know, what I would like to share with everyone is that I do believe that everyone on this council is making the decisions that they feel are best. And I don't believe that there are any ill intentions here. This budget adjustment, though, seemed more like an exercise of moving money around. And I understand doing this in the short term, I understand why, but sometimes you need to make tough decisions. And the survey that the city completed showed that more people were comfortable with service cuts over an increase in taxes. And we as a council, I think, could have made some tough decisions here, and we didn't. I feel administration has made some tough decisions in this process. I still do want to hear from the rest of my council colleagues, because I still have an open mind. However, the decisions I supported and the ones that I did not support would have resulted in a lower increase. So again, I will be listening to what my council colleagues have to say. But I would like to share something that I heard on a TV show once. And it was about debate. And disagreeing with others doesn't make the other point of view any less of value. When you stop listening to others and mock their ideas, you only lose diplomacy and respect. So I hope through this whole process we can continue to share diplomacy and respect with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I do agree with Councillor Principe in that we have to, I think, enter any conversation that we come into council with that open mind. And I think we also need to make sure that we're, I guess, setting a framework, doing our homework, and making sure that we're sort of keeping in mind the priorities that this council has already set. Things like public transit, affordable housing, community safety. And I think it's important that we protect the core services and programs that we have worked hard to enhance. But we also have to recognize the affordability challenges that our community members are facing. I appreciate Mayor Sohi's consultative approach in having each of us sort of bring forward what our priorities are, and trying to come up with the collaborative multi-part motion that he put together. My priorities within that, beyond what our council priorities are, was the things like the Community League Infrastructure Grant, things like the tree pruning program. I think we've done a lot to improve our tree canopy, and I think we need to do what we need to do to protect the trees that we already have, and also improve our turf and horticultural practices as well. So I appreciate that we're looking, by voting in favor, we're looking to get this down to 6%. And I hope that's sufficient for Edmontonians to be able to help them manage the affordability crunch. I know there's so much more that they're faced with, the cost of groceries, cost of gas, everything that we here are trying to manage at the city. I think we just need to keep focused on our priorities. The plan that's been put forward as well to repay back some of our rainy day fund, I think is also important to keep in mind that there is a plan forward, even though we're drawing on it now. We've had so many financial pressures over the past few years with inflation, with the pandemic, that it was good to have that financial stabilization reserve in place, and now we need to make sure that we've got plans in place to replenish it for future councils as well. So I would hope that that my colleagues do support both the capital and operating motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So about a couple of weeks ago, Residence Consultancy released its annual top 100 best cities to live, work, and invest in. And compared to years prior, Edmonton is moving steadily up this ranking. And this comes after numerous other rankings and lists that place more spotlight on our city. And whether you agree with these lists or not, Edmonton is making a mark. But it hasn't always been this way. About 12 years ago, we moved to Edmonton. There was actually a newspaper article about this very list at that time. But the story was actually how Edmonton was so small and perhaps irrelevant that we weren't even considered for contention. And so you don't go from there to here without intention and investment. There's a common refrain in the business community: you don't cut your way to prosperity. We also need to invest. And this means we can't just talk about operational efficiency, which is absolutely important. We need to optimize the resources we have, service a growing population. That's foundational. But it's just as important to talk about increasing revenue, moving away from a massive reliance on residential property taxes, which the fiscal gap report from October demonstrated is a result of a number of structural challenges accumulated over the years. And it lays out an 11-point plan to grow both the revenue side, including growing the industrial development, and optimize the spending side, both of which have started already, and this current budget is a reflection of this exercise in optimization. So I want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible work that our administration has been navigating this year's budget process. And I don't just mean the leadership team sitting in this room, but every single city employee who participated in this process in ways small and big. Their dedication to fiscal responsibility is evident in the significant reduction of the potential tax rate from 13% brought up a few months ago to the 8.1% brought forward this time, as well as a deficit that has been significantly managed down. And behind the scenes, countless hours were spent making tough decisions and exploring innovative solutions. And this proactive approach is exactly what we need to ensure the long-term financial health of our city. I also want to thank the mayor and his team for his multi-part amendment, which helped to set the foundation for the budget conversation this week. I appreciate the collaborative process, openness, and transparency that he and his team brought forward. The omnibus amendment balanced offering tax relief while making sure we're investing in key areas like industrial growth, which didn't go as far as I would have liked with the Industrial Development Fund, but it signals an important milestone in this conversation. Supporting local businesses, including the business improvement areas, to remain safe and vibrant economic hubs. Transit, which continues to grow enormously and is a core service that people rely on as an affordable way to move across the city. And everyday services like tree and turf maintenance, which helps us all take pride in our city and is something that I continue to hear as a priority from residents. Indeed, Edmontonians are grappling with affordability. This is not lost on me. And I'm also keenly aware that they rely on and use core city services to support their quality of life. Libraries, parks, transit, snow clearing. They want to see their infrastructure maintained in their neighborhoods. They want to feel safe in their communities. And so, of course, we still have lots of work to do to balance the needs we hear from Edmontonians, which are critical. And sometimes it's not just about efficient use of limited dollars, but better capital project delivery, for example, be it neighborhood renewal or otherwise, among other things, while still ensuring that we're on a path towards fiscal sustainability and growing a strong economy. Looking ahead, we need to continue to focus on service optimization, and I know this administration is very committed to that, but also focus on increasing revenue. And this is why industrial development is such a key priority, as well as many of the other actions in the fiscal gap report. So we have a plan already set in motion to address both sides of the equation. And for myself, I remain focused and committed to maintaining what we have, investing in and protect core and public services, restoring confidence in service delivery, and ensuring Edmonton remains a competitive place that remains welcoming to all. And this budget the administration has brought forward and the further reductions proposed and passed by this council strikes this balance, and that's why I will be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Carmel.
Great, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I want to first say that I do appreciate the effort that Mayor Sohi and his office made to try and communicate. It's not lost on me that as you're making the rounds with 12 people that, you know, you can't always circulate back to every person every time there's an original thought. So I do appreciate that. There was opportunities to have some conversations. I did not support everything in the multi-part amendment, and I was frankly a little concerned that there was a push to make that one vote instead of 11. So I'm glad that there was an opportunity to vote on those things discreetly. I think that's important. With respect to the capital budget, I will support the capital budget. I would note that, not to get too deep into the weeds, but as noted at the end of attachment 4, there's very modest effect on the operating budget from the capital budget amendments that are being made. And I would note that there's, from my reading of this, no increase in the tax-supported debt as a result of these amendments, modest increase in interim financing, which is short-term financing. So I'm not particularly fussed by that. With respect to the operating budget, which has been the focus of most of our conversation here, I would note that effectively what we're doing is taking the found money in the EPCOR dividend and in the EPCOR payments, the franchise agreement payments, and that's found money that we're returning to the tax levy. Fair enough. There's been a decision to take investment dollars that would normally go into financing capital projects and instead return that to the tax levy. And that might work. There's been a strategy suggest that strategy might not work. There is the potential to reconcile those things on an ongoing basis within the capital budget, but we don't know discreetly what projects are going to be affected and what aren't. So I'm not sure about that, but fair enough. The thing is, though, is that those are just a few sort of modest alternatives, modest reallocations. The net effect of this budget, when you take it, you know, from a 4-year perspective, is that property taxes will increase 21% aggregate between 2022 and 2025, 29% when we get to 2026. The revenue that is going to come from property taxes will increase by some $500 million from 2022 to 2025. And that is an enormous amount of money. And we tend to talk in averages. We tend to talk in percentages. And, you know, sometimes that tells a tale, sometimes it doesn't. When I look at, though, the average cost of a home between the base of 2024, base of 2023 and last year's taxes and 2024 and this year's taxes, average house increase is 7.8%. So when I look at my tracker, when I look at my sheet, the aggregate effect of a 7.8% value increase and a 6.1% property tax increase is a 16% increase in municipal taxes year over year. And that's been happening consistently through this journey on this 4-year budget. That's really unaffordable, and that's very, very hard to support. And so I will not be supporting the operating budget. I would also note that we talk a lot about competitiveness you know, when it comes to non-residential, which is to say industrial and commercial investment. And who are we competing with? Well, locally, we're competing with Atchison and Nisku. And the County of Parkland's increase is 2.5% this year. The County of Leduc is 3% this year. Ours is double that, at least. And that gets before we get into property value assessment. So if we're going to talk about competitiveness on that basis, we're going to have to look at these relative numbers. And we are losing track. We are losing ground to those things. Until we actually arrive at a process that, and I want to talk a little bit about the 3.5 days so far we have spent here, that when the process effectively amounts to cherry picking bits and pieces out of the budget and offering reductions and offering alternatives without an understanding of just what those changes would mean, that does not end well. And that is effectively the process that we are stuck with. We need a different process. I've been saying this for 4 years. I want us to get into a line-by-line review. And until we do that, this system is going to be broken. Until we can follow the threads of the dollars through the budget and understand the effects of making changes, we're not going to land on a budget that is going to be something that is defensible and easily communicated to everybody. So we do have a subsequent coming on that. I hope that the process we engage going forward is a much different process, but I won't be supporting the operating budget on those for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Councillor Stevenson? Oh, Councillor Jans? Or Councillor Stevenson or Councillor Jans? Councillor Jans?
Yeah, actually, I think Councillor Cartmell makes some compelling points. Maybe I kind of feel like not supporting the budget either. I mean, I'm tired of wearing it. Of the 500 million that Councillor Cartmell highlights, you look at the police funding formula increase, a guaranteed increase, going from 422 million up to 464 million, then going up to 475 million. I mean, I think a 20% right there would be police costs. I think there's a lot in the budget. I didn't support Lewis Farms. I didn't support the operating cost increase that comes with that. I didn't support Horlick. I didn't support a number of items. So yeah, maybe I should vote against the budget too. Maybe that would, I guess if I could convince a couple of you, maybe we'd come in at 7 or 8. But I don't see any other motions here. I've only been a councillor for 3 years. I've only had 3 goes at this, but I haven't moved any motions for a different budget process. I haven't moved any motions for major reductions. I think that's the hard part here. We look at these individual items. We all want to go to the ribbon cuttings. We all want to go to the events. We all want to go to, support the programs. None of us want to come out and say, sorry, we're actually going to pull back our library service hours. We're going to pull back the ice rinks. We're going to cut fire halls, cut staff, cut bus service. Yet, here we are. We can't have it all without paying for it. And I don't see anyone else, and I don't recall anyone else moving those motions. I don't see anybody put a motion on to cut service hours to a rec center, increase transit fares. I don't see anyone putting those motions on. I wouldn't support them anyway, but I don't see anyone moving them. I don't see anyone saying that we expect staff to take 0 or we want to see layoffs or anything there. So I kind of find this a bit perplexing. It's funny, we were just talking about how many of us have received way fewer calls this year because of snow removal. Because snow removal investments and improvements in snow removal have been noticed and have played an impact, and people are seeing that. We are seeing our tax dollars at work. We're seeing record-breaking levels of transit ridership. We are past historic levels. We are a leader across peer jurisdictions in our public transit because the investments we have made are paying off, and more people are choosing transit. We're seeing more housing choices being enabled. We're seeing record attendance at the library, even on weekdays. We're seeing important investments in tourism and transit and economic growth and housing and seasonal housing and in even just the pothole repair that is being done is impressive. And that new pothole composite they're using, I forget the name of it, but it's really working. We're seeing more potholes being fixed. So there's a lot in here to support. The city can't run for free. But as a new councillor, I'm frustrated when there's a lot I did not support in this budget, but some people can say, yep, I don't support it and we've been down this road before. And that's disappointing and it's frustrating. It'd be different if there were actual reductions on the table and we were having that debate about going to 3-day-a-week library or something, but we're not. We just have the budget we have. And we can say we don't like the process, but who among us moved a motion to pick a different process? We've had 3 years here as our table, some of you longer. So I'm leaning towards voting against the budget as well.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the reflections that have been shared so far. I've been reflecting on the past few days, and it's certainly been a long process. Know that a ton of work has been going into it, but for us, this is measured in days, maybe weeks of work. But the true work really comes in the months ahead, as these resources that we are, I hope, approving today get converted into the programs and services that serve Edmontonians. And for that, I want to sincerely thank all COE, City of Edmonton staff who make this happen. From staff who have been out clearing our streets in recent days, to the teams that are sitting across from us and online who have so aptly prepared for and led us through this process. Your efforts are what makes this city move, and it's been a true privilege to, as always, delve into more of that and see the expertise reflected back at us through this process. So I will certainly be supporting this budget. As all budgets, I don't think is perfect, but there are some really exciting things in it. I'm really pleased that we were able to support Explore Edmonton and the economic growth that this provides to businesses in Edmonton. Very pleased to see the strategic investment to spur industrial development, which will help address a long-standing structural issue that we have that has really come to a head during our term and that we're working to reverse. Again, I'm grateful to all my colleagues who will be supporting the downtown cleaning, the enhanced cleanliness in the Centre City through the Centre City Optimization Program has been transformative, supporting not only residents but businesses and visitors in the core of our city. And also very pleased that we were able to find ways to support safety upgrades in community league buildings. And there's so much more. There's so much more that this budget is doing that makes me really excited. And I'm equally excited about what's not in this budget. We do not have cuts to our affordable housing program in this budget. We do not have, steep increases to transit or rec center fees. We don't have rollbacks of library hours or other services that Edmontonians rely on. These are all critical services that help keep our city affordable. So many Edmontonians are facing those pressures now, and I think this budget reflects that by as much what it includes, by what it doesn't include as well. And it's really the theme that I've been sensing over the past few days, that we are responding to this immediate pressure, the affordability crisis that many Edmontonians are facing, but without losing our long-term view. This is in huge part because of the leadership of the mayor. His thoughtful, targeted, and strategic amendments to this budget is what I think has brought us to this really positive place, bringing the levy down by a full 2% from what was presented to us. This is not easy work, and I think it has been done in an exceptionally proactive and positive way to, again, meet the needs of Edmontonians now without shortchanging the future. So my gratitude to the many players that went into making this possible, and very much look forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. So for me, the challenge before us is how to deal with the cost pressures that are real without eroding and resorting to erosion of our core city services. So let's be clear, in an affordability crisis, no tax increase is ideal. However, also not artificially keeping taxes low year over year, below inflation, and in a time when we need to adjust to growing needs in a rapidly growing city are also not sustainable. I recognize that 6.1% tax increase is adding to affordability pressures many folks are facing. But I've also been clear that in these times, a 0% tax increase or anything less than what we've arrived at would be absolutely fiscally irresponsible and actually end up hurting Edmontonians and costing us more down the road. There's a narrative out there that suggests that city budget is bloated or that we don't focus on core services, and I'd say that narrative is perpetuated by some of my colleagues. That there's more savings to be had. Many of my colleagues have spoken about the intention of this budget to both honor and hear the real affordability challenges that so many are facing, while creating a forward-looking vision for financial sustainability as a city. The reality is this budget is lean. It was already lean based on what administration brought back at 8.1, down from the potential 13% in August. That was 7% for a unanimously approved budget, including 5.2% to maintain services with inflation and growth. A 0.5% increase to EPS, and to put that into numbers, that's $12.15 million in 2025, and there'll be another $10.9 million in 2026. So I hear the frustration from my colleague, Councillor Jans, because every time I support this budget and I get so much pushback, and it's things like this that have driven up our operating and our tax increases year over year, that the people that are going to vote no to this overall budget support it. 0.4% reflects operating impacts of capital. And then the rest of the 0.9% is growth on existing services. And I asked administration to break this last one down further to see if there are any opportunities to revisit. But these are also things that Edmontonians have asked for, including transit service hours and transit safety, snow removal, animal welfare, operations for our River Valley Park, community safety, affordable housing. When we look at the workforce, over 85% of the city's workforce is frontline workers, and 94.6% of the workforce is made up of frontline workers and frontline supervisors. The overall size of the workforce in population ratio has reduced. This is in part due to Edmonton's growing population, but also reductions that have occurred over time. In 2019, the city had 14.3 full-time equivalent employees for every 1,000 Edmontonians. In 2024, that was down to 13 employees. Since 2022, the city has removed 117 leadership and supervisory positions, and at the same time added positions to the front lines, signaling how we are prioritizing court services on the front lines. So here we are today at 6.1%, still achieving all of the items in the previously approved unanimous budget, giving city workers the tools to do their job, adding more to core services such as tree maintenance and economic development, a plan to get our FSR back to where it needs to be, and a long-term vision to address our capital renewal deficit, and addressing unnecessary downloading costs from the provincial government, such as the 2025 election. I am also optimistic with our new city manager of the work he will do to continue to pursue, and we will continue to do to pursue in 2025 to address the funding gap in ways that are thoughtful and ensure that all workers continue to feel valued. I will support this budget because it is a balanced approach, even though, as many of my colleagues said, there's many things that I also don't love and that I didn't support when those came forward. This is a bigger picture, and I'm willing to support it. And last but not least, to all of Edmonton city workers who work tirelessly to keep our city running and serve Edmontonians each and every day, come rain, shine, or snow, your work is essential and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Well, anyone else to speak?
I don't know if e-scribe's working, Mr. Mayor. Maybe you should go around the table and ask people if they want to speak.
E-scribe is not working. Everybody here have spoken.
It must be just mine.
Councillor Rice, you want to speak?
Sure. I would like to go very short. I think my points already reflected in the past 3 days through the amendment I put on to look into all the possible reduction our city's expenditures. and my point made very clear. For capital budget, I would like to support attachment 4 and attachment 5. So there is no doubt, and we keep those projects moving forward. I do have concern for the attachment 7, and specifically related to Yellowhead Trail and overrun money. I have seen this since I become city councillor from 2021. For our city's capital expenditures keep increase, there are two reasons there. One is about project management, and one is about contract management. If there is something we need to look at how we manage our city's major infrastructure, and to achieve the goal, Edmontonians always told us on budget, on schedule, and also try the best to be on scope. I think this principle and needs to be there very effectively and cost effectively, efficiently implemented. I really appreciate our city tried our best and to implement our PDMM model. That model and in the place for a while, but I still heard the challenge and for the major project overrun. So because I asked that question, I want to put it together, vote, I do not have the opportunity to vote separately. So in that case, so I have to vote no. But I do want everybody knows, and in attachment 4 and 5, for all those projects, I support it. That is for the capital. And in terms for the operating, I was disappointed, not is about our budget process here. It's about the message we send it to our Edmontonians. I do not feel this message is clearly and well received based on the two major concerns we heard. And one is about how we manage our city's spending. So I know every year's budget for me, and then I can say this very personally, is not easy time, because I feel like there is not welcoming environment, and even for me to put lots of change there, I know take lots of time, but I really appreciate my colleagues' comments and patience, and for those time and to go through these changes. But I do not appreciate to bring the public voice as the elected official heard those voices to city chamber to be painted as irresponsible. In contract, I think this is a responsible thing to do. It's the right thing to do. And for us as the elected official to listen to the people, to bring their voice on behalf of them and to the chamber, and to share with all the council members. I said already enough, and in my question, when I table my reductions for the expenditure, I want to overemphasize again, and is to look at, the principle is to look at expenditures. That is only the way, and then for the long-term goal, and we want to achieve our financial health. Right now, we're looking at a lumber allocation, but this does not give us long-term goal. And also, I do not agree with to use our future cost and fully. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, future cost and to fill the short-term goal. Thank you.
Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe I'll just begin by saying that we all know that Edmontonians are navigating an incredibly challenging financial landscape right now. Rising costs for the basics, groceries, utilities, housing, and other essentials are straining household budgets. And those pressures are mirrored in the city's budget as well. As we've heard throughout the budget process, we're grappling with inflationary pressures that have driven up the costs of construction, labor, fuel, and more. We're feeling the costs and consequences of provincial downloading. And at the same time, Edmonton's population has grown by more than 100,000 residents in just 2 years. And that means increased demand for transit, libraries, emergency services, recreation facilities, and so much more. And that's why this budget adjustment is particularly important. Rising costs, historic population growth, and increased demand for city services means that we have to adapt. And I think that's what this budget adjustment attempts to do. This budget adjustment is about keeping tax increases manageable and delivering some relief to Edmontonians while maintaining the services and infrastructure that people rely on and expect. It's about responding to the pressures of today while setting our city up for a more fiscally sustainable future. We're working to address these financial pressures with transparency, collaboration, and long-term planning, and I think those principles and values are reflected in the Mayor's approach to the multi-part amendment, which I was pleased to support. I'm also pleased to see that we're continuing to fund affordable housing, public transit, snow clearing, libraries, parks, rec centers, and other core services and infrastructure that make our city a great place to call home. I'm very pleased to see support going towards business improvement areas to support our main streets and support for industrial development and economic development more broadly. We're also continuing to fund emergency services like policing, which continues to be one of the single largest line items in our budget and is continuing to rise. It's also important to contextualize this budget adjustment within Edmonton's broader financial picture. Part of the strain we're feeling today is due to multiple years of artificially low tax increases. Between 2019 and 2022, Edmonton City Council approved 4 out of 5 of the lowest tax increases in 25 years. The Rainy Day Fund was also exhausted due to pandemic pressures, and while this provided short-term relief, it left a lasting gap between the cost of services and the revenues needed to sustain them. As I mentioned, another significant strain comes from ongoing provincial downloading. The province has not only shifted responsibilities for critical areas like housing and emergency response onto municipalities, but is also not paying their fair share when it comes to property taxes, and seeing costs downloaded associated with election changes onto Edmontonians adds additional pressure. You know, I also want to highlight some of the things that Council has said no to throughout the budget process. I think that's an important lens as well. There were a number of concerning amendments put forward that would have cut core public services like transit, fire services, snow clearing, and more. And those amendments would have had implications for frontline staff and would have compromised the financial stability of the organization, resulting in dissatisfied residents. So I'm really pleased to see that Council did not move forward with those. And finally, I want to take some time to thank administration for their diligent and careful work with Council and the Mayor's office to find meaningful additional reductions beyond how far we've moved since the summer. And to all city staff who continue to do the work of keeping our city moving and running every single day, thank you for your continued and ongoing efforts. Your dedication to serving the people of this city and our organization does not go unnoticed, and I'm deeply grateful for everything you do. So I want to thank everyone who has participated in this process, from constituents who have called in, sent emails, conversations that I've had with different community groups, to all the city staff and members around this council table for taking the time and effort to have thoughtful conversations about how we can best support Edmontonians. So I will be supporting this adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. And Councillor Hamilton is online as well, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I will go next. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
I have a chair.
First of all, I want to take a moment to thank our city administration, everyone in this room who works for the city, and everyone who's not here, close to 12,000 employees of our corporation who turn these dollars into actions and deliver quality, meaningful changes to Edmontonians. As your mayor, I am so proud of you. I also want to thank my staff. Some are here and some are not. I would not be able to do my job without your hard work and your dedication and your spirit of collaboration, how that you and I work together with our council colleagues, our city administration. I also want to thank community members, business leaders, city staff, and members of council who helped inform this year's budget adjustment. Over the past 3 years, my focus has been on solving problems, driving meaningful change, and making tougher decisions, and we have made some tougher decisions. Every conversation, meeting, and consultation has offered unique and important perspectives that shaped not just my strategy for budget, but also my vision, what our city can be. We have made historic investments in terms. We talked about $5 million. $100 million of that is going toward affordable housing. Another close to $100 million is going toward public safety and well-being. Snow and ice, public transit, recreational facilities, and the infrastructure we're building. You can actually trace that money, how that money is making a difference in people's lives. And we should be proud of those investments. In 2023-2026 budget, we prioritize investments in core services, focusing on community safety and well-being, public transit, snow clearing, crisis diversion, affordable housing, mitigating climate change, economic opportunities, anti-racism, and reconciliation work. In 2023, we adjusted the police funding formula that gives them consistent, ongoing investment that they're making. And these investments are paying off. Crime rates are dropping. Housing starts are at record levels. Transit ridership is increasing. And this year, we had a challenging opportunity to amend the 2025 budget to protect these core services and address the affordability crisis. When we talk about the budget, it is easy to get lost in technical details. Core services are more than just a line budget. They're essential lifelines for our residents. During these budget discussions, motions were proposed to cut or reduce these vital services. And I'm proud that we stood firm in protecting them and for taking steps to address decades of underfunding. But there's more work to be done. And this council is never shy away from doing the hard work. We have been doing that hard work over the last 3 years, and there's much lies ahead of us. We made some changes under OP12. We did make some savings. We reduced $60 million from our base budget, and our administration absorbed millions and millions more of inflationary pressures within the existing budget, for which I am deeply appreciative of their effort. But we need to shift how we budget. And I look forward to some of the subsequents that come our way, because we need to really overhaul how we budget. I'm also committed, continue to, we cannot do this alone either. That's where our advocacy to the province comes in. I will continue to advocate for fair compensation from the province. If a province steps up, which I am very confident, Premier promised me that they want to deal with the issue of province not paying their fair share of property taxes. And if they do that, or not, when they do that in March, the budget levy from 6% will go down to 5.3%. And if they give us retro pay, then we would no longer need to replenish our financial static of FSR, and that will free up resources for further reduction or investments. I am very optimistic. I'm optimistic because I get to work with phenomenal colleagues, and I get to work with a phenomenal administration, but I'm more proud of people on the front lines who make our city run, and they do a phenomenal job. So with that, I will encourage each and every one of you to vote for this budget.
Thank you, Mayor. So he returns the chair back to you.
Thank you, and I will go to Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. And so to avoid crying this year, I'm just going to quickly thank our administration who did a wonderful job in addressing the large number of risks that were identified back in August. I appreciate everything you did to bring us this budget. But here's the reality. Even with that work, we had a proposed increase that is too much at a time when many people are struggling with affordability. It doesn't matter that this proposed increase will result in an approximately $20 a month increase to the average property. That's still a lot to ask of people at a time where insurance and utilities and groceries and many other things are going up every month as well. So how can I support this budget if it's still too much? I think it's because it comes down to we didn't get to this point overnight or even in the last year or two. We got to this point based on decisions over the last few decades. We spent a lot of time over the years discussing the decision to not increase taxes in the mid-90s. That helped to amplify the infrastructure deficit that still exists today and is slowly being addressed. This budget is also the result of the changing provincial dynamic, with municipalities seeing a significant impact to provincial infrastructure funding without strings and a continuous downloading on a variety of areas such as running the election, housing, and other social supports. Another major contributing factor to the budget we are facing today is the decisions that the last council made during the pandemic. I've said it many times now, but we artificially kept the budget low throughout the pandemic. Not only were our budgets not keeping up with population growth, they weren't keeping up with inflation. And that might be fine for a while, but sooner or later the bill comes due. Finally, we need to talk about the most rapid population growth in our city's history. Including the 2024 initial numbers, we are likely to have at least 150,000 more people in Edmonton than we did just 3 years ago. While I love that so many people are choosing to live in this amazing city, we weren't ready for this population growth. And even if it starts slowing down going forward, we have a massive infrastructure and service deficit. And we can't fix the past where we didn't properly plan for how we would pay for all of that growth, but that question has to be answered in the near future, or else these budget conversations won't change, even with some of the positive steps taken today. So it's with that in mind, I am struggling a bit with some of the comments I've heard about whether to support the budget. So as a reminder, in December 2022, that was the first time I ever voted against an operating budget. That was a hard decision to make, but there were two main contributing factors to my decision. The first was I didn't feel we were investing enough in snow removal. The other is that the process we went through at the start of this multi-year budget was not as thorough as I thought it should have been. But the decision not to previously support the operating budget sets an important context today. And since math is my favorite subject, let's review a few of the numbers. When you add up all of the operating reduction motions that impacted the tax levy, you get a total possible reduction amount of approximately $53.6 million. That's made up of $43 million for the mayor's multi-part motion and $10 million for the motions by Councillor Rice. So for the sake of the discussion, we're going to combine them all together. If we reduce the budget by $53 million, that would have been a 2.5% reduction. The motions that passed resulted in a 2.02% reduction. With the exception of Councillor Principe, who supported about $50.8 million of reductions, and Councillor Rice, who supported about $27.9 million of reductions, everyone else on council either supported about $43.4 or $43.8 million in reductions. That means the difference between the highest support for reductions to the majority of us was approximately 0.36%. So just 8 months ago, this council unanimously voted for a 7% tax increase in 2025. Today's increase is lower than that mark, and considering the motions made over the last 4 days, the lowest we could have gone today was approximately 5.6%. And to be clear, nobody supported all of those motions that would have got us there to 5.6. So for me, based on that information, if I were to vote against the budget, considering not just my previous support in April as part of that unanimous decision, and my decisions and motions over the years, of which I have contributed a lot through great capital investments, through a number of important things, for me, if I didn't support this budget, I think it'd be very cynical and hypocritical of me. We got to this point together as a collective through many different decisions on this council, through many different decisions on different councils, and considering our unanimous vote 8 months ago, I think we have a collective responsibility to own our decisions, our actions, and our motions, and support a budget which we all created with minimal variations. So I'll be supporting this, and I think we all have to support this based off our decisions over the last 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So please vote on the capital first.
So we're just going to put that up on the screen here. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. How is, go to operation, I'll come back to this. Please, next one, put the next one on. Now we're voting on the operating budget. Please vote.
Just waiting on one.
Display, oh, sorry.
Nope.
Sorry, hold on.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can you go back? I just want to make sure what was the vote and the capital budget?
I can't go back, but I can tell you what the vote was. It was 11 to 1.
Is the mover supposed to, can the mover vote against the budget?
Yes, the mover can't speak
okay.
against it, but it's been your practice that once a motion's put on the floor and substantially changed, that you do allow the person who moved the original motion to speak against it.
Okay, got it. Good, just wanted, procedurally wanted to say. Good, okay. We are on to our, the subsequents, right? Okay. We had one subsequent on the floor. Can we go back to that, please? Okay, Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, Mayor Sophie.
We are on to your subsequent, right? So,
Yes, I put in the chat that I've received new information, that council may be receiving new information shortly, and therefore I would like to withdraw that motion until that time.
okay, good. Thank you so much. Well, so the subsequent is withdrawn unanimously? Okay, got it. I think Councillor Knack, you were next?
Yes.
I lost the list.
I think that's correct.
There was original list, Aileen, we had to
There's
delete.
been lots of different lists, so where would you like to start, Mayor?
Let's just start with Councillor Knack. We'll start with Councillor Knack.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Sohi. Okay, so this wording, here we go. I'm just making sure that's the correct final one. There it is. So I'm going to move, and I've been working on this with Councillor Cartmel and the Mayor as well, that administration initiate a zero-based line-by-line budget process for the development of the 2027 through 2030 budget, including A, establishment of a temporary council budget and finance committee, including the Mayor as a member of the committee that reports directly to City Council. B, regular check-ins by the committee with council. C, branch-by-branch presentations on the proposed budget to the committee, including all agency boards and commissions starting in early 2026, which include, number one, benchmark comparisons with other municipalities for costs and performance levels while considering total size of inventory, example, laneway kilometers of roads, hectares of green space, number of civic buildings, etc. Number two, any available audit information and or progress for each branch.
Second. Okay, can you make the introduction, please?
Yeah, been here a long time. Not just today, not for this budget's hearing, but like I've been here a long time. Gone through a lot of budget proceedings. Some of the ones I liked the best were actually early on when we actually did have branch by branch presentations. This takes that and sort of expands on some of the work that Mr. Robar was doing when he was working through various departments and operations, where a lot of foundational work was happening. I've heard a lot of commentary from a number of my colleagues here around this table about the need for a bit of a different process to try to improve things, to try to see if there's a better way forward. And my time didn't start for my 2 minutes, so I don't know. Let's say I have 60 seconds left. I'm sure you'll have a lot of questions and happy to go through them in detail. But I think it's time for a true foundational budget, and this is really actually going to be a gift from us to the next council. It's going to be an extensive body of work. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to allow the next council to fully understand where all of our dollars are going, how they're going, where we want to prioritize or not. And I use the word prioritize for a reason, because I think the other thing I want to stress in this is that unlike a lot of the cost-saving motions that we've done over my time on council, whether it's OP12, whether it's Reimagine, whether it's the motion I made 4 years ago about like a 4% and 3%, 2% reductions, those are all cost-saving motions. This is about efficiencies and prioritization. So it's not looking to necessarily find a savings that can be returned, but rather using that to put the money to the right areas. That work's been happening internally. We know it's continuing to happening with our administration, but I think we need to formalize that process, and it needs to be council-led. So there's many questions, but I want to thank Councillor Cartmel and a lot for working with me on that as well as the mayor.
Thank you. Questions now? Councillor Rutherford, questions on this?
No, I'm not. I don't know why I'm on the board.
Questions? Oh, sorry.
Literally not even.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson, questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, I think I've heard the term zero-based budgeting a number in different contexts. So I maybe just want to ask Ms. Padbury, like, what does that term mean to you?
So for me, a zero-based budget means that we don't base budgets on what budgets were in the past. Each time we bring you a budget, we bring you a budget based on what the service level you want is and what it takes to deliver that work. And so I would maybe, like, I was trying to work out in my mind, what does a zero-based budget look like? So there's no assumptions on the continuation of service. We look at each program, whether it's achieving its outcomes, and whether we should continue it. And we would bring you a budget that would look more like a series of service packages. And we might make different decisions about funding different things, but you'd basically have, this is the base level of service, this is the current level of service, this is the enhanced level of service. It's a fair bit of work. I would say, maybe if I can just have like one more second. I don't think we do full zero-based budgeting by any means, but we don't just carry forward budgets from previous years. When we set the budgets for things like transit service, we determine what the service level is. We look at the hours it costs to operate a system. We look at what that returns in total service hours, and we figure out how much does it cost for fuel, for gas, for vehicles, and then we develop a transit budget. We do the same thing for snow and ice control. We do the same thing for turf and horticulture. You would apply that same methodology, and if I'm honest, I think you need to also prepare for the fact that when you do a zero-based budget, what you might discover is that many of the things that are important to you are not funded to the level that you thought they were.
Thank you. That's a really helpful understanding. And just this is maybe a small clarification, but I heard you say sort of like bring budgets like moving forward. Maybe just to the mover, is your intent that this is a one-time exercise?
Yes, so this is a one-time exercise leading up to the creation of the 2027 through 2030 operating, the 4-year budget cycle. So it's sort of a one-time, you're not doing it every year subsequent to that or anything like that, because they couldn't do it. It'd be impossible.
So sort of it's an exercise in resetting the base.
Exactly.
Okay, but so maybe back to Ms. Padbury, what can you give us an order of magnitude in terms of resources involved in this type of exercise, and even timelines, if we're aiming for the 2027 to 2030 budget?
So I'd probably have to take that away. Like, zero-based budgeting is very resource intensive, and I have a small budget office. So we would need help with, we would probably need to expand the size of the budget office. And then I would say it's also very resource intensive for all the operating areas, because they're the ones that need to help us through what is the service standard, what is the level that you can achieve. So it's a resource draw in both places. Doesn't mean that it isn't something we shouldn't do, but it is a much more intensive practice, especially if you don't do it over a longer period of time.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other thoughts or reflections you wanted to add on this, or questions that you had about the motion?
I think maybe just like a high-level observation, if scaling back service is something that is difficult, that is what this is about. And so we are an organization with many people and FTEs, and we are unionized in all of our sectors. This is an exercise of having to work with our union partners to also do to do this work, and then for it to come to fruition, you will be required to make difficult decisions on which services we do, because this is about not just do more with less, but what are the right things to do and what are the things you should stop doing altogether.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Jans?
I'm on for the next item. I have two subsequents. So I'm
Councillor
sorry.
Tank?
Great, thank you. I'll start with the mover. So you've been here for long. Obviously, you've been here the longest compared to all of us. I guess in those years, have you seen a variety of methodology brought forward on setting a budget?
Yeah, I've been mentioning the first one I was part of was more of the true sort of branch by branch presentation, but it was sort of done within I think about a 2-week period. I'm looking at some of the folks who've been around for a while, and so each branch would come forward, present their budget, but more directly they would present their service packages, and we would ask.
So to your third point here.
Oh,
right?
Yes, yeah, so they would do that, exactly. They did that. Part of it, council would have a chance to ask questions as well as submit written questions, but it was done still within sort of that short window of the budget process, sort of within a couple-week period. The idea here is to stretch this, because this is a larger body of work than what that was previously, stretch it out throughout the entirety of the year.
I guess I'm just curious, when it comes to municipal finances, there's lots of different ways, methodologies for budgeting. What makes you so convinced that this is the way?
So I think back to, I wasn't even here in the 2012 budget, but that was when EPL went through that exercise. And I just last week met with Pilar, who was part of the executive team at that time, and asked her, like, how do you feel that went, 12 years later? And her feedback to me, beyond what we already know, which is that outside of this year, they've never come to us with an ask for an increase, because they've been able to work within that mindset and within that approach. But her best feedback, or her primary reason for being a big supporter of it, was that it was done in collaboration with the unions. It wasn't done as a cost-saving exercise when it was first introduced. It was done as a prioritization exercise that allowed them to do more the things they wanted to better. And it's created a long-term culture within the organization that has allowed them to not have to.
So it's based on that experience.
Exactly.
And I'm hearing from you, the objective to you, at least, it's really about efficiency.
Correct, yes,
Okay.
yeah. Very, very different than City 97 or any of these other
Yep.
things. Yeah.
I guess to administration, are you aware if city has ever looked into zero-based budgeting?
I'd have to go, I don't remember doing zero-based budgeting in the time that I've been here. I've been here over 10 years. I do remember iterations of priority-based budgeting. I would also, if I may, one thing to think about is efficiency. Zero-based budgeting doesn't always get you at efficiency. It gets you at what should you do and at what level and what shouldn't you do.
So I think that's one of my questions is the methodology matching the objective of what you're seeking? So that's one. I'm aware of a report back in 2008, so that's 16 years ago, done by KPMG around looking at different methodology, and zero-based budgeting is one of them. I don't know if anybody's around at that time to kind of know what I'm talking about. I see a little bit of head nodding. And the outcome was, didn't change the results that much, other than a few tweaking. I guess with that information, does that change any of your perspectives?
No, because we've evolved so much as an organization since 2008. We've taken on a lot more services in different areas. I think the thing I worry about is I hear some that would suggest there's a narrative that we're just trying to do too many things everywhere, and that might actually be true. But I think this is the best way to help show that foundation. Ideally, do this in collaboration with the public, and really build something from the ground up in a city that is now very different today than it was in 2008 or in 2000. We're just
and I hear you, and I think 16 years feels like a lifetime ago, and we're a lot bigger city now. The corporation is bigger. We're lots of priority, lots of responsibilities. I guess my question is why don't you take the approach of what is out there for our current context, and what's the best methodology to answer that objective, versus honing in on this one particular thing that might not get you the answer you're seeking.
I think, so take, for example, priority-based budgeting. I think we did a variation of that in our program and service review in the 2015 to 18 budget, which I would again argue that maybe it wasn't as effective as I would have liked to have seen. So I think we've done variations on most of those models, except for this one. And I think every other one we've tried to do hasn't necessarily produced the results or been done in a way that I think was originally intended. And so I think the one that allows us to start from the ground up is the right way to try to get this in a new way forward.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Councillor Rutherford is before me.
It's for subsequent. Oh, you have questions now?
No, I went on the board for questions.
Oh, you did? Okay, sorry, go ahead. Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, yes, I'm on the board for questions. Okay, so when I look at the research on zero-based budgeting, there's lots of pros and there's lots of cons. One of the cons is the resource intensity of it. And then when I read this motion, we're already talking about creating a committee for IIS. We're now going to create this other committee. In addition to the committees we have, I guess I'm going to ask to the mover first, and then I'll go to administration. Do you even think that that's a reasonable ask of resources?
I think the clerks will probably need at least 2 more people, maybe more, especially if we do all of those committees. I would suggest, as much as I like the idea of the infrastructure committee, I would want to do that after this if we were looking at prioritizing resources. The other piece, and this is something Mayor Sohi raised, is that it might also open up the opportunity, depending on how you set up this committee. I know it's currently defined as temporary, but could executive committee shift some of its work over to that, because exec does have a financial element to be determined, but that could also be a way to help. But it will be resource intensive, there's no doubt.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with Councillor Tang. The research shows that and especially in the context of the legislative environment that we live in, being creatures of the province and subsystems of subsystems of subsystems, I guess we did OP12, and one of the things that I think that came out of that was really good was the chart for core and non-core services, and even within the core services where there was adjustments that could be made. I'm just wondering, is there any potential to to do kind of a hybrid, if you get what I'm saying, rather than a full zero-based budget where we know we're going to come and be yes, we need some funding. We can't not clear snow. We can't not clear snow. There's a level of, now to what level, we can have a conversation about the service levels and the standards of snow, but there's a minimum standard in legislation for clearing snow, right?
I actually don't know the answer if there's a minimum standard for clearing snow. But there are many places where there are minimum standards that we have to follow, and presumably we would
Like
base.
FOIP.
Yes, we would
Like freedom
base-
of, like our records management
That's correct.
is a good example.
Yeah.
So like, I feel like, the reason I'm asking this is that I feel like we would spend a lot of effort and energy on, if we really start at zero, that why can't we have these are the things that cannot, I guess I'm just wondering about an amendment here, and this is why I'm asking this, because I don't want to spend a bunch of time to learn that, yes, we need to have good records management and there's legislative requirements, and this is the minimum bar that needs to be hit. I feel like there should be sort of a starting point that doesn't make us spend weeks and weeks and hours on those kind of things. Thoughts to the mover?
Yeah, I think, taking FOIP as an example, I think, the branch-by-branch presentation for the FOIP is going to be really easy because it's legally required and we have to do it. So I think that worry or that fear gets addressed in the fact that this is legally required, so you're not going to spend a lot of time on that. But you might spend a lot more time on other topic X, where you actually really want to dig into it. So I think by design, it's already going to let us do that. But I can, the other piece to the puzzle is that when this motion comes back, we would need to set a terms of reference for that committee, and designing that will be work that we have to do. So if there's some ways to help, articulate that, which I think is already going to happen, that might be the place to do it. But
yeah, I appreciate that. I'm not gonna lie. I guess to administration, having looked at zero-based budgeting in the past, is there a recommendation on the size and scope of the organization that is recommended for this kind of process?
I don't know the answer to that. I can tell you that if the expectation is that we do zero base and be ready to present in early 2026, I'm probably not resourced to do that.
Okay.
So it would be helpful to have some sense of where you'd want to do the full thing and where you might want to do something different, or perhaps more time in the timeline to do it.
Got it.
Thank you.
Councillor Rice?
Thank you. Yeah, I heard this zero-based budget number 9 so many times. So my question, and first one is go to our financial team, and then from your professional perspective, because right now our current budget process, this is how I feel, and the actual budget is not really to be the key factor for us to decide it, how we move to the future budget. So if that is the case, what do you say this actual budget fact to be including and to be included in this line-by-line budget process? So what's the role that actual budget actually play?
So the role of a budget would be to allocate resources across a corporation, and we try to do that in accordance with priorities and on what best suits outcomes. So I by no means think that we do just pure incremental budgeting, but I acknowledge that we don't go from a zero base, but we absolutely spend time trying to understand what do we do, what are we required to do, and what could we do less of. I think I would seek clarity on what is meant by line by line. When we deliver a budget, a 4-year budget, we budget by branch and by program. And we budget we show you what the revenue is, and we show you the elements of expense, including varying presentations, what is personnel, what is external services. If you'll want more level, I can't quite tell if you want more detail, like more lines and deeper, or if you just want us to present and allow for the debate in a way that lets us go department by department, branch by branch.
So my question, actually, I try to looking for the information to answer the concern is here is our targeted budget. That is all we called approved budget. And then we have the actual budget. That is actually inform why we have deficit and inform why, and then our budget is balanced or not balanced. But between these two factor difference and how that actual budget could be included or reflected in this 9x9 zero-based budget, I am still trying to figure out that connection there. So I do not have answer for myself. That is why I'm ask that question. Because to me, I did not say enough for the actual budget, because that is how our budget pressure come from. And that is how inform us to identify our budget pressure. And I didn't see that information to be leveraged, used enough. So that is why I'm asking that question. But I only have one minute left. I may come back. I want to go to the mover for the another question. So we implemented a few different approach in the past years for the city. And then I heard for this approach, I heard the answer from city administration say may not resolve our efficiency, what we're looking for, may not get priorities. We want to get budget. So then if this two is not there, and what specific we want to resolve, say the current budget system is broken, we want to build the new one. So I want to get the sense from you.
So I'd offer this, the may not, or that risk that you just referred to about you not hitting prioritization or efficiency, because this is going to be a council-led process, is solely in the hands of council, right? And so if the process doesn't get you the results you wanted to, frankly, the only folks that will be to blame at that point will be the folks sitting in these chairs after October, because it's meant to be a council-led with the support of administration.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I have enough time for my next question, so I will come back later.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Can I speak to it now?
You can't speak to until questions are concluded.
Is the mover open to including ABCs or inviting their voluntary participation, such as the police commission, in something like this?
They are in point number 3. And absolutely. So, I mean, as you know, we can't compel organizations such as the Police Commission, but my expectation would be that every, I should be clear because the clerk will look at me. If you say every ABC, that technically also includes advisory committees and all of that. I'm talking the ones that we fund, like the Police Commission, the library, Heritage Council, Sports Council, those types of groups. I'm not talking about, I don't need the Youth Council to come and do a separate presentation to this committee, because their budget and their resources will be part of a particular branch. But yes, I expect especially police in this case, would be a part of this, because they are our biggest budget item. They would have to be. But they could ultimately say no to, but I think if we're going to do this, everyone's got to be a part of it.
Okay. I would like to speak to it.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, so I want to ask just about this sequencing of potential actions here. So I'm hearing from administration that this would obviously be a significant body of work, and there are resource implications. Why jump right to this instead of getting a report in advance that answers a lot of the questions that we've started to hear around the table today? I think it's generated a lot of discussion. Are we skipping a step, I guess, is the question to the mover.
I'm going to say no, in part because you only have 2 years to the next 4-year budget cycle, which I know sounds like a ridiculous answer, but the fact is, if we're going to do this type of work, if you don't start it right away, you're not going to be ready in time. So the next council would not be able to go through this. And I appreciate that might mean at some point very soon, we're going to have to get something back that talks about here's the resource implication, but you don't have enough time.
And maybe just on that time pressure to administration, is it viable and even feasible given how tight the timeline is to do this in a thoughtful and constructive way? That's one of the worries I have. Yeah, thoughts on that piece? Just running up against time pressures.
Yeah, so I guess I would say to the extent that you want more detail than what we currently provide by branch and by program, that is not the element that's difficult. The element that is difficult is what is the base, what would it be if it was zero-based? What would it look like at this service level versus that service level versus another service level? How do we determine those service levels, and how do we know what's the difference between, like our foundation is built on current and then adjusting down or adjusting up from current services that we deliver. So it's a very different exercise to be like, for every service, this would be the very minimum, this would be what we provide currently, and this would be what was potentially enhanced. And then there's a prioritization process that we have to do as part of this.
Right, so is it fair to say that there's sort of pre-work that would have to happen, as you just described, before we even get to discussing things that are outlined in a zero-based budgeting process?
Yeah, I think the pre-work to get to like what is a zero base would be the most challenging part.
Right. Okay. I also just want to ask, I guess one of the concerns that I have hearing some of the answers from administration, would this disrupt some of the core services that, like, entertaining and undertaking this type of process in and of itself, does that risk interrupting existing delivery of services? How would...
I could say, I might be jumping on toes here, but I could say the level of involvement would probably depend on that end. So the answer would depend on the level of involvement. But if we undertake this and it is to the depth that at least I'm interpreting it right now, it would involve a lot of supervisory and managerial assistance to be providing into the budget office. So there would be a lot of extra work pulling on those resources that would have been otherwise supervising frontline services.
Right.
And I guess for me, one of the unknowns here is, are you wanting us to bring back a zero-based budget within a target, or are you wanting us to just put everything to its base and tell you what that is? Like, its most fundamental base service level. Again, I would just, like, whenever we've undertaken a zero-base type exercise, which is, I think, some of the work that Mr. Robar did on snow, on turf, what you tend to find is you are not funded how you expected to be funded. And if you're not willing to fund to the service level, then you have to be willing to decrease the service level.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to run out of time, so I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I guess to the clerk. Councillor Knack talked about, FOIP's legislated, so it just has to be, so that's kind of out of the picture. But there's different levels of service expectations that are required, that you would be required to provide under FOIP, right?
Yeah, so fun fact, the FOIP legislation has just been, it's in the process of being significantly changed, and the requirements of the public body is being split into two different pieces of legislation, and there will be service impacts as a result of those changes and the requirements now put on the public body. So yes, it is a legislative services, as are the other 7 services that come from the branch, but that doesn't answer the question about what the service level should be.
Right, okay.
There are legislative timelines that cannot be met based on the current resources that we have.
Okay, so it's not just simple, just this legislated, it's easy. Okay. Then to the mover, what do I want to ask the mover? No, I don't. Okay, yes, I do. Did you consider, I mean, Councillor Tang referenced a KPMG report from 2016. 2008, 16 years ago, yes, okay. And I'm just wondering, have things changed in that time? Are there different ways to approach the budgeting?
Yeah, and I think we've tried variations of them over the last 3 multi-year budget cycles, and I'm not sure, I'll speak for myself only, I'm not sure we've gotten exactly where we want it. So I pick on OP12, which sort of came as a result of that budget process, because I think council had felt we wanted to do a little bit more. Did that process result in what we were all hoping for information, as an example? And so no, I think the challenge is we haven't quite reached that point of the true, so the work that's happened by Mr. Robar, I pick on the snow and ice, I pick on even the bus network redesign and turf maintenance. That's sort of the thinking about how we do that throughout the organization, and that's the idea with this motion, is how do you start to set a bit of a foundation, and then as a council you all decide to what level do you want to fund that at.
Okay, well, if you already sort of know the process of doing that, can you not just roll that out gradually across the organization? Would this be to Mr. Robar? Using that methodology that you've already used in some other areas, can you roll that out gradually?
Yeah, I think the one thing we've learned is that's a transferable practice throughout the entire organization. I wouldn't necessarily call that zero-based budgeting. I would call that more of a service review and an option analysis for council. So what we did was present council with a series of service levels, analyze whether or not we were meeting the service objectives that were put upon us. And not necessarily, that's easy in situations when you're looking at snow and ice, when you're looking at transit service, where you have clear metrics that you can hit. When you're thinking about things like encampment response, or what does that mean, I think those subjective ones are far more difficult to kind of measure what does success look like. And I think that's something to consider when you're walking through something like this, is that as you get into more subjective measures, it becomes more difficult to understand whether or not you're succeeding the outcomes you're looking at, and then you have to think about those things as you go through that.
So would the zero-based budgeting take that into account in helping to determine what those service levels or measurements are?
Yeah, so I guess maybe what I would say is often when governments, municipalities struggle to do the full implementation of zero base, what they do in place is service reviews.
Okay. Okay, there was another comment about not having enough time to do this. What happens if we did do sort of a jurisdictional scan, did an assessment of what sort of other methodologies are out there, and find out that there is something that would take less time?
Well, I think we look at those things all of the time. I think when we look at, and I'll give you specific examples, but in turf and horticulture, we look at what tools we can put in place to make those things go faster without increasing our labor costs. I mean, those are things we're looking at progressively throughout that time. So what's in our toolbox? Is there ways for us to enhance the level of service but keep the same labor costs in place? Maybe it's an equipment change or something like that that helps us move through the inventory faster. But those are things we'd explore anytime we go through those pieces of work.
Okay. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please? Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Thanks.
I have chair.
Sorry, I was distracted. So your answer, Eddie, your answer to, I see, sorry, Stacey, your answer to one of my colleagues, that the process that Eddie took for snow and ice, turf maintenance and others, so why can't we replicate that process? Wouldn't that be simpler to do, right? Or what would it take for us to, like you've done that internally, we were not as much involved in that. What would it take for you to put it together a plan that will do that but you bring that to this committee, right? And say, this is what we're gonna do to change the budgeting. This is the easiest way to do, and these are some options. Then committee can look at it and determine what is the best, most cost-effective, quickest way to do it. And from that process, maybe we could pick a couple of areas, say, these are the areas maybe you could do zero-based budgeting. Because it's kind of, I don't know, maybe this is to the mover, like.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer your question with a question. Are we putting enough into turf maintenance right now?
I don't think so.
Snow removal?
Well, I think
we're better. We're better, right?
Better.
I ask those questions because we've went through some great exercises that said, here's the various service levels you can do with the amount of money.
Yeah.
But I don't have a corresponding spot to decide if I want to reduce to actually properly fund those services. So if these are core services we want, how do we pay for them? Because if you don't do a zero-based budget exercise and truly look across the organization, there's only one alternative, and that is raising taxes more, which might be the right scenario. Again, and to be clear, I'm not suggesting that's the wrong scenario, but that's the only option you can use if you don't go across the organization to decide if you're actually doing everything you need to.
I know what you're saying. Then why wouldn't the process that if Eddie brings forward ideas, then we say, okay, these are the departments, these are the branches or programs that we see that we could actually reduce, maybe do a zero-based on that, free up the money and put toward areas that are underfunded. Right? Instead of, like, you're looking at the entire organization to go through, that'll probably be very, very cumbersome. I just started to think aloud, like, what is the easiest way to initiate this?
So this won't be the easiest way.
Yeah.
This will be, and I'm going to go back to the EPL example. That helped create a different culture that allowed them to do something pretty, well, that frankly no other branch has been able to do in the city in the last 12 years, which is to not actually ever ask for an increase while at the same time changing what services they offer. And so I think that's the difference here, is that you have something that I don't see a path to accomplishing that, to helping make sure everyone is working together in that scenario. How are you bringing together unions? How are you bringing together community to have that conversation about what we want in each area?
Okay, so you're saying, okay, do it through the corporation. Some areas we will say, okay, this is maybe we need to do less, then we shift that money onto areas that we need to do more.
Absolutely. That's why the number one word I should use in this is a prioritization exercise. It's not a cost savings exercise. It's a how do you want to do all the various things you want to do in the city.
Okay. I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Are we still under suspended rules? Okay. Constance Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. So just on that thread to the mover, sorry, how was the process at EPL initiated? Did their board say, do a zero-based budget process?
No, it was actually the CEO at the time, Linda Cook, who led that process, because they were trying to figure out how they could do a bit more and without having to come back and asking for more money. So.
And did they frame it as a zero-based budget approach? Or was it, and how did they get the buy-in?
Because they introduced this not as a cost-saving exercise, but as a prioritization exercise, and that's how they worked with the union, with their staff, and created a different environment than saying, hey, we're coming in and we're going to try to figure out how to slash the budget to do these things. That's not how they introduced that, and that's actually not how it ever ended up working out in practice.
Yeah, and because I think what's important to me here is the culture shift, right? Like a one-time exercise is only ever going to be a one-time exercise unless it shifts a culture. So maybe to the city manager, we know of some of the work that you're doing to help address some of the pressures that we're facing. Does this framing help advance that in terms of providing a frame for it?
I think there's some complementary conversation there. I think like this idea of reviewing each one of our line items and understanding, I mean, that's the world I come from. I think the world of making sure that our service levels meet the expectations of Edmontonians is exactly what we do from the people, budget, time, equipment perspective, making sure that we have the ability to deliver that service. However, on the other side of that spectrum, if we're talking about, you know, maintaining a budget for a 4-year, let's say a 4-year program, you know, you have, you know, collective agreements and bargaining and all the stuff that comes along with that. You know, some of those cost implications, over $100 million for the time period that you're in, and you're talking about how do you absorb that over that period of time. So labor costs will go up, you know, utility costs will go up, which means you're cutting that out of different places in the organization to kind of cover that cost. So you have to think about, when we talk about the tough decision conversation, is that's the kind of thing that would be before you in a zero-based budget conversation.
Yeah.
Is that here's the cost escalation of the labor movement that we have, and what does it mean to maintain that zero base for the perpetuity of the 4-year agreement, and then we'd be looking at putting decisions in front of council that says these are the things that, you know, we recommend you not do anymore in order to maintain that that level of budget, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, like okay, I'll just ask, is there any, what I think I'm hearing and maybe what I'm getting hung up on is this exact phrase of like zero-based budgeting. I love the idea of going line by line. I love branch. I love the idea of having a committee and getting to do this all the time, because genuinely this has been a fun process. That's not sarcastic. But how operative is the word zero base, and how much would that help if we removed it? So maybe to the mover first.
I mean, I think it's still important to word it that way, but I also, the biggest thing I think I'm coming back to is that while this initiates the process, council still has to go through and create the specifics, right? So this is saying we're going to go ahead and move forward, but then we have to actually develop a committee in terms of reference, and the committee has to give direction about how this is going to work. And so I think it's important for that.
Well, but I think this is what I'm struggling with, is let's say through that process, through the initiation of this, because we are a larger organization than EPL by magnitudes, what if in that process of setting things up, we realize that actually service delivery review is actually the framing that makes the most sense, right? Like, I just worry about presupposing this very specific.
So I think you and I are both getting caught up in the phrasing, because I mean, if it was just a service review but not line by line, which I hear you like the line by line, we all, but those two, the way I view zero base and line by line is they are technically one and the same.
Yeah, but we can also just say new budget process. Anyway,
Yeah.
How much does the vocabulary matter to you?
So I do think the vocabulary matters to me, because it matters where we start. And so if we start as if no budget existed, and you're asking us to go away and say, what does the budget need to be for the thing that I need to deliver next year, then we have to have a pretty honest conversation about what would you like us to deliver next year, which involves setting service standards and iterations of service standards. And I would really like to know, do I have any sort of parameters? Like, am I meant to do this exercise within the current budget that we have? Or am I meant to truly build from scratch and tell you how much that costs?
Okay, thank you. We have some guests visiting us. And while I wait for this slip, thank you so much. Okay, oh wow, great. We have some folks visiting us from Northwest College. Thank you so much for coming over. And they are here with their group lead, L. Rushabirwa? Did I get it right? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. And obviously, Northwest is in the heart of our city, downtown, Waterdeman. Councillor Stevenson is the council representative for Northwest. What are you guys doing here? Want to come share with us? Come down to the podium, please. Come down to the podium. Right here, right by the podium there, right here. Yeah, tell us about your group.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Leonce Rushubirwa, originally from Tanzania. I teach at Northwest in disability studies, community support work, settlements, and child and youth care. The student I have today, they are doing disability studies, diploma. This is their second year, hoping that they're going to graduate in May next year. We have a course, we call it Understanding of Community. In short, we call it community-based learning education. And the students are taking this course. The first 5 weeks of the semester, we teach them theory. And the next 5 weeks, we put students in groups. And that group, each group will choose the place to visit. We teach them leadership, planning. They plan the trip. They communicate to that organization or that place, like here. And then they tell other students the day we're going to go, what they need to do, what are the procedures. The idea is, because we have students who are coming from different angles in this world, some are international students who have no idea about much what is going on in Edmonton. In fact, we have people who are born here, but they don't know much about what is going on in Edmonton. So this course introduces them to understand the community, because once they graduate, automatically they're going to be working in the same community. So this gives them something, I could call it spicy, that this is Edmonton, and therefore when they graduate, they won't get lost. Thank you.
Thank you so much for visiting us. We are so happy to see you all here, and enjoy the rest of your trip, and good luck with your studies. Great. With that, we have about 7 minutes before we take the break, and I'm going to go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to put our new city manager on this hot seat for a minute here. You've just, become the permanent city manager, so next 4-year budget cycle is going to be your first as city manager. You were DCM before, but you're first as city manager. So I have a 2-part question. A, do you need this subsequent motion to feel confident from what you heard? Actually, I'll just start with the first question. Do you need this motion to feel confident with what you heard from this assembly and the challenges that we've had with the previous 4-year budget to bring back something that you think will satisfy that without this motion?
Am I confident that I can bring back a budget that satisfies the work without this motion?
That satisfies like addressing core services, being able to show where there's spots that maybe we stop doing this and we can add more to turf, to snow, and giving the council of that time those opportunities to grapple with that?
Yeah, I don't think I would have accepted the job if I didn't think I was confident in that.
Yeah.
So
Do you have so my second part was, do you have a vision, before this motion was put on the floor, did you have a vision for what that could look like? And if so, could you articulate that now?
yeah, sure. I think for me, the approach has obviously always been, for me, that people, budget, time, equipment approach. What do our service levels expectations look like? Are we aligned with what council's looking for? And are we aligned as a city to council's priorities? I think that, the focus for us over next year and the years to come in the 4-year budget is really aligning on what the challenges are for the city and how do we increase our revenue stream and as well deal with our population growth. So those are the 2 big things I think that are facing us. And then driving from those 2 items, how do we support growth in the city as an organization, and are we doing those things from a service-related perspective? And what do those service levels mean as we grow the city itself and in our industrial tax base piece, or not industrial, but our whole non-residential tax base to accommodate that kind of growth. So I think there's, but that all encounts a service review of what are we doing, how do we service the people of Edmonton, what does it mean for us to as we grow, are we doing the right things, and are we investing in the right things and putting that in front of council for decisions. I mean, I think that's kind of what Councillor Knack is talking about in certain sense. However, in saying that, there's an element of what does the efficiency of that work look like. So definitely going through the service, all of our services, and understanding, what are we delivering? Is this the most efficient way to do that? Can we do that in a better way? Is always a piece of that, not just let's raise taxes to get there. But yeah, I think those elements of what the councillor is talking about is certainly an aspect of the drive that we're looking to do.
Sure. Having the relationships that you have with some of the unions, do you see this motion causing any concern for them? Because I do, but I'm curious if you do.
Yeah, I think anytime you're looking to justify the existence of a service every single year or going through those items, it's going to be a challenge. I mean, people will worry.
Or the door to privatization.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think anytime you're doing those kinds of things, you look at market value, the service that we provide. Is there a market equivalent to kind of deal with that issue? When we look at the better ways of doing things, those are things that get looked at as we go through the work. I mean. But we're doing that kind of thing all of the time, though. I mean, we're assessing our value in the organization to making sure that we're delivering the best service for Edmontonians at the cost that makes the most sense.
So I guess one of my last questions in my minute is, what are the lessons that you've learned in how the budget was presented, the last 4-year budget, and maybe this is to you or Ms. Padbury, what are the lessons you learned in how the budget was presented in the last year budget that will be materially different in the next, with or without, without the subsequent, just if you were to go and do the work, what would be materially different?
So I think presentation and building an opportunity for you to talk about it in a level of detail that perhaps we didn't anticipate you'd want to talk about it in. So allowing more time in that process. Making sure that we're clear with you on the expenses, and we do this through the capital and operating investment outlook agenda, but I think we really need to understand, what do you want for a budget that holds all the same services at the same amount, or a budget with a lower tax increase? And I'm not sure, I think we need to do some work to align our expectations, because I really do feel as a city, we want a lot of things at a low price.
Sure, fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Well, we'll take a break here.
Can we, just before you do, in the last 90 minutes of this day, can we just get a sense of how we're going to accomplish everything by 5?
I have number of subsequents that would like to go to. Few of them are. There are a few that I can actually turn into more of a notes of motion, right? At a future council meeting. So what we will try to get through as much as we can today. The rest of the stuff will go through we'll suggest that we did in the last budget, whether we turn those into notes of motions. Yeah, we can determine to waive the customary notice, right? So then we can go directly into debate at the budget, council. Would that work, Eileen? Yeah, sure. Good, okay. All right, 15 minutes. Don't go too far.
Afternoon.
Councillor Knapp. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice. Good afternoon. And Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans. Okay, we have quorum. Councillor Stevenson.
Just to speak.
Just to speak. Okay, we have concluded questions on this. Now to speak. Councillor Stevenson, please start. Please be judicious with time, maybe 2 minutes each, right? So we can get through some of the 2 minutes each, please. Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. You know, I was tempted to tinker with the wording, but I'm comfortable supporting this motion as is. What I like most about this is the establishment of a Council and Budget Finance Committee. I think that's a really useful venue to have these more in-depth conversations, which, as I've said before, I think are useful and are productive. This gives some time and space outside of you know, other meeting venues like council, where we have other pressures and decisions that need to be made. I want to be clear, though, that I am not convinced or wedded to a zero-based notion. I think the outcome that we are all striving for is similar. I think that what I'm really hoping is that in the process of developing a mandate and establishing this committee, that we can come to a collective vocabulary and a collective agreement and understanding about the work that's being undertaken. And that's why I'm excited to support this. And thank you for the robust discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of really interesting questions, which frankly I think could be really dealt with in an in-depth way once this committee is struck and some parameters are established, and some of those conversations are had. How do we approach this? How do we approach that? Do we, is everything a zero? I think the phrase zero-based budgeting, at least in my understanding, is that we're looking at everything across the organization together. We're talking about trade-offs, and we're talking about priorities. And, I think maybe we're getting a little bit stuck on the very fine technical details. I'll offer one example. We have debt service. There's no way we're zeroing out debt service. We have to pay our debt, right? So it's a pretty short conversation. So, I think, and there's some, it will be easy to, frankly, start with a conversation about really what is not up for debate, what really cannot be debated, and there's a few things like that. I also would say, though, that it doesn't have to start with, hiring a team and a consultant and pouring a bunch of money into a bucket, and just come and tell us what these things mean. Just come and tell us what this line does. Just come and tell us what these people do. Just, and if they didn't do that work, or if there was, if that money was transferred to some other thing, what would the various levels of services be? What are the trade-offs? Let's just start having the in-depth conversation, because we have it with this sort of Damocles hanging over our head 3 days before we have to pass the budget for the new year, and it, I just don't think it's productive. So that now, as Councillor Stevenson said, there's an opportunity here to really have those very detailed, fine conversations on each of the lines of service that we do. And yeah, there might be contemplation of reducing or eliminating service levels. This has been the warning on all of the things we've done in the time I've been here, the 4-3-2-1. Well, we better not do that. Service levels, priority-based budgeting, which became prioritized budgeting, not priority-based budgeting. So I think the key here too is that it comes back to council for regular check-ins, so that we don't get down on a path and then again, it's too late to actually make some clear decisions. And it is going to be different. It is going to be difficult. It is a once-in-a-generation potential reset on the budget. And, it's time for that, because it's been a generation. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Hamilton.
I will be brief. I'm glad to see this motion coming forward. Thank you, Councillor Knack, for this. One of the things I said early in the budget process is that a zero-based process would be the gift that this council gives to the next council. And I say that because I feel that for probably decades, because council had less than 25% turnover, everyone pretty much knew what was in the budget because they had helped add to it, tweak it. They were familiar with it. So it was iterative. And I think reflecting on the past 4-year budget process, I I think that there was and continues to be a lot of frustration because the priorities of days gone by are no longer necessarily the priorities of today's council or today's Edmonton. But you don't know that. We don't I say that as sort of an educated assumption, but we don't know it. And so I think this is and I hear administration's resistance to it, but I think if you are looking at a volatile school environment, um, I think it serves this council and the next council well to have this check-in. So I'll leave it there as I'm in transit, but I thank you to Councillor Knack for bringing it forward. I know this was top of mind for a lot of people, so I'm missing, including me, so I'm missing thanks to others as well. But I think this is truly like a good shift in process to help serve Edmontonians well beyond this term. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I can't support this as it is written. You know, I do agree with the being able or establishing a council budget and finance committee with check-ins to council on a regular basis. But I think too much time and resources will be put forward to this, and maybe additional resources that we will be getting another service package for in the spring. I think there's other ways. We've seen it done with snow and ice and other areas, and I do hope maybe that methodology can be rolled out throughout the rest of the organization, maybe slowly. What maybe I would like to see is, and I should have asked a question as to how it's determined whether we receive a funded service package or an unfunded service package. And I think that's sort of maybe where the priorities need to be determined, whether or not it automatically comes as a funded package or if it's something for us to debate. So I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to speak in support of this. It reminds me of when I was at Edmonton Public Schools as a trustee. We had a process called results review, where every 4 years there would be, or like over a 4-year term, over the term, there would be meetings individually with the schools in each area, including the central department units. And we would go through their budgets. They would produce a document for the trustees that would have their FTE, their budget, their challenges, their opportunities. And it actually became initially, if the tone was an inspection, it actually became kind of a celebration. It became an opportunity to sit down and say, you know, how are we doing in this area? It gave me as a trustee, it gave community members, these were open to the public, to parents, to school councils, to others, a chance to come together and say, okay, well, here's where we're at, here's what we have, here's our need, here's our unmet need, here's areas that we could advocate for, here's areas that we're going to focus on. And it gave it actually built a lot of trust with community and the public and others. And I think that is actually really, really beneficial. So I'm taking Councillor Knack with the motion with the spirit that's intended. I do think there's obviously this is a new process, a new idea. There'll be some growing pains. We may need to figure out scope and sequence and different pieces here. But in general, I read all of the annual reports from the city operations team this year. They were great. They were really informative. And I think if the average Edmontonian had a better understanding of what we're doing at, say, Fleet and Facility Services, they'd be very proud of how efficient their tax dollars are being spent. So I actually see this as a very good confidence building exercise. I think it'll actually help build a case for more investment in public services, more investment into these core key areas of our city. So I would encourage my colleagues to support it. And I think there's some very valid hesitations about the how, but I think we can figure that out. I think we can work together to get there. I think what's really important now is the signal that we're sending that we want to move in this direction. We want to work together, and I really feel optimistic about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I feel the exact opposite way as Councillor Jans. I am a hard no. If I could literally, figuratively do that, I would. But I think I need to explain the why behind this, because I think I understand the intent, but I don't think that this is necessarily a gift to the next council. I think that this is potentially going to open up much anxiety, much inequity, much conversations that before the election, next election and after the next election, that I really worry about the power dynamics. And I think, for example, we know, and I'm going to give just one really pragmatic example. Like, this is committee, so people are going to be able to come and speak. Anytime there's something that people care about, they're going to come and speak to it. But there's obviously groups that are more organized, more able to come and speak. The Chamber, BOMA, Glenora, right, are few that does, in my 3 years tenure, have been, and that's not a bad thing. They're very organized, they're very put together. But again, I think about a lot of the people that I represent in my ward, even when it is something that directly impacts them, don't have the ability to come to committee. Don't have the ability to come and say, hey, this program that helps with my accessibility is really important. Hey, I'm a low-income senior and I rely on this service. And I think we are opening a can of worms with this. And we as a council have talked about equity so much. And maybe this council, I have confidence, would have that equity lens. But as we've just mentioned, this is going to be something that the next council is going to deal with. And I think nobody here takes for granted that it is going to be a hard election, and the people in these seats may or may not be some of the same people in these seats. And who knows who they are and who knows what they campaigned on. As I mentioned when I was asking questions, I am very worried about efficiency often coming from privatization. And we've learned that privatization actually in the long run costs more money, but in the short term often does seem cheaper. And so I worry about this opening up the door for privatization. I worry about the fact that we are supposed to be governors, and this, in my opinion, puts us in a position of being both hands and nose deep into our administration. So I can understand the need for a better way than the budget that we experienced. But I think Councillor Jans actually said it best. I think we were such a new council. So many of us were new, learning the process, that we gained a lot of knowledge, and we have shared that knowledge of what we needed with this administration. I asked administration specifically about, what lessons they learned, what things that they're going to bring forward to share with whomever's in these seats for the next 4-year budget cycle. And I was confident in what they provided, because this, not only did we hear caution about the lack of resources from the city clerk or from our finance team, we heard from many people the importance of efficiency as a city and as an organization. And I can't see how having a committee where we're going to have hours of people speaking, because anytime something comes up that they care about, they're going to come and speak to it. We're going to have hours and hours and hours of committee meetings, and then we're going to take more time at council meetings, and we're going to take more time inquiring and having memos and reports and all of those things. And so, yes, is there a better way? Absolutely. Is this it? Absolutely not.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak in support of this. I would like to thank Councillor Knack and Councillor Cartmel for bringing this forward. I see this as, a positive step forward. True, it will be a lot of work, but I'm excited to see hopefully what will come of it. And being the current representative on, a city council representative on EPL, I see what, Councillor Knack was speaking, how EPL went through this. And from what I can see on EPL, I really appreciate the process, and I think that we can see, will we find savings? That's not the intent of this. It's about prioritizing. And I do recall saying when we were newly elected that if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. And I think that this will help us in negotiating that. So I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I'll speak briefly to this. I'm not going to be able to support it, and I recognize that I'll probably be on the losing end of this, but just felt the need to just explain why. I worry that the timing of this is really concerning for me. I think there's a risk that we're inserting fairly significant amounts of uncertainty into the organization and the services that we're delivering. I think this is a time for stability and steadiness, and during a period where we need to see continued delivery of core services and continued work on the program and service reviews that are already underway by our administration, I would worry that this type of change would disrupt some of that critical work. I think if we want to change the way that we're looking at the budget, there's a thoughtful way we can do that. And for me, this would best come forward in the form of a report that outlines a few different options for how we could go about this process and how we could do it in a methodical and collaborative way. I have full confidence that our city manager and administration are already undertaking a lot of this critically important work. And I am just feeling uncomfortable with how rushed jumping to this approach would be for how significant a change would ensue. So just for that reason, I won't be able to support it, but appreciate the perspectives of colleagues that have been shared today.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
I have a chair.
I'm going to support this, but I want to be out front and clear that if this committee, once that committee is selected, and if I'm the member, which I will be if I'm the mayor with this term, right, I will definitely put a guardrail that this work should not lead to privatization. That will be my number one requirement of this, that this should not lead to privatization. If there's any fear, it should not. I also see potential. I see potential of line-by-line analysis and demonstrating value for money. I also see potential that I went through budget documents a few times. I see a lot of subsidy for developers through tax levy that we should actually not be providing subsidy, right? And there'll be opportunity to review that and get to the bottom of it. And I think there are a lot of, I would say, grant funding that we actually give out to profitable organizations, corporations that we actually look at. And I think it allows us to dig deeper into all those things that help us streamline and probably relocate those resources to other areas. So so I'm looking forward to that work, but I just want to be upfront with my colleagues that if there's any fear of privatization of public services, that's something I've never supported, will never support, and continue to believe in that public service should always remain public. Yep. Thank you. And go to Councillor Knack to close.
Towards the chair.
Thanks, Mayor Sophie. Not much more to say. I think there's been a lot of good discussion on the yes and no. I think I actually think it's going to be much closer than we think. It's going to be depending on the situation. So I'll offer this last piece, which is I've heard some of the cautions, and yes, while technically committees, as an example, are typically meetings where we hear from the public. We set the terms of reference. Maybe we design it in a different way, right? And I don't just so quickly gloss over that, but I do share that because I do think about the work this council has done in terms of engaging a greater diversity of people across the city. So maybe we set up the terms in a different way that help mitigate the concern that I heard, and I very much respect from Councillor Rutherford. But to me, I would worry about that as well. So let's design it differently. Right? We're the ones that get to design this. We're the ones that get to create this. I hear those concerns, so let's take those concerns and design it in a way that can be thoughtful, but it allows us to dig into these places, allows us to go a little bit more, bit deeper, and allow us to better understand if there are ways to better support those core areas that are so very important that we have been talking about now for the last 3 years that we want to invest more in. I mean, as much as I'm glad about the investments we've made in transit and in snow removal and in now just turf maintenance and in all of these various areas, we're still well below probably where we need to be based off the sheer growth of the city. And at the same time, we've taken on a lot of other responsibilities, most of which I heavily support and I believe are the right things. But can we have a conversation about how we best distribute those, how we best do that together? So that's my feeling on this, which is that I hear the uncertainty. I get it. Let's co-create together. Let's be thoughtful about it. And again, this is really just, I'll use the term, this is old man Andrew one more time saying, like, I've been through a lot of these processes. I think this is the one that gives us the best opportunity to address all of the different foundational pieces we're working on, all of the various core services we want to invest in, all of the supports to the various communities we want to do, but then having gone through it in a way that makes a lot more sense. And I know we said 2 minutes, so I'll stop. So I'll just say, encourage folks to support it.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
I have a chair.
I think we're supposed to put all the amendments on?
Oh, yeah. I have subsequents. Oh. What was that? There was some. Oh, okay, cool. I am going to make subsequent.
Well, wasn't there a list?
I don't know. Was there a list? Can you, if you have that pen, can you find the list?
Yeah, we're just going to go back to 5.1.
Yeah, if you could find. I thought it was on the list.
There's, yeah. Just give us 2 seconds.
I thought I was behind Councillor Knack.
Point of order.
Could be wrong. Yes.
So there was words in the chat, but not words in the public that I've heard. Are we just all laying out the amendments and leaving it at that, or are we debating them one by one? Because if we're just putting them on the table, then the list doesn't matter. But if we're going to do them one by one, then the list does. So what's the process?
So my idea, what I said was that we will try to get through as many we can by 5, and after that we'll go to the other approach of notice of motion without customary notice. There was a list, and here's the list is back. Okay, now going to Councillor Tang. Councillor Tang, you have.
Can I just get clarification?
Yeah.
So you're going to give notice and that they'll be dealt with in February?
There's a council next week.
Yeah, you're required to give.
No, we will try to do
you're
notice without customary notice. That's what we will try to
So
do.
everybody, I'm just.
That's what I thought
agrees to
we
that.
agreed before we took a
I'm just
break.
getting clarity. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. And I said out loud in the mic. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
So you would like chair back to you?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Tang,
And
notice
so just
subsequent?
just to clarify, then we're not all just putting down the motions, but we are gonna put them down, debate, and then move on to the next, right?
Yeah, we just dealt with Councillor Nax. Now you have subsequent,
Okay.
you move it and we'll debate it.
Okay. I'll move that administration enhance the quarterly financial reporting to include all unfunded variances over 1.5 million to council as they occur with a mitigation plan to avoid the accumulation of unfunded liabilities in future budget cycles.
Okay, I'll second that. Can you make the introduction, please?
Yeah, I spoke earlier to, I think, what I see is a much more proactive approach from with a proactive approach from administration working behind the scenes to for reduction and seeking out a more innovative solution. And I earlier I mentioned that this is the kind of approach we should be taking to ensure the long-term financial health. So the intent of this is to ensure that administration can continue to apply this problem-solving approach to the city's finances throughout the year, not just at the end of the year. And so each quarter, we receive financial updates that give an overview of the status of a lot of our capital and operating projects. And each department also report variances, signaling to council potential pressure on the tax levy if left unresolved. And when a significant variance occurs, we need to an all hands on deck approach to mitigate it. And it's important to involve the people closest to that situation to address it. And so this is really just embedding that mitigation plan with each of those quarterly reports to address the financial liability. And the plan should outline specific strategies to minimize cost overruns and maximize efficiency, thereby reducing the potential burden on taxpayers. This is really just kind of formalize that approach and helps to ensure we can be confident that all cost recovery and efficiency approaches have been implemented on these issues before they make it up to budget deliberations.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, colleagues?
Can we get it in the window?
Yeah, this is the old. We'll get a new window. Councillor Cardinal, you have questions on this?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I can't see it.
Yeah. But do we just putting it in the, on the?
Yeah, so it's in the chat, and
Yeah.
just because we've been bouncing back and forth, we just got to make sure we're putting it in the right place in eScribe. But for those of you that are online, it is in the Google track form as subsequent amendment number 5. And I'm just going to give Janelle a couple of seconds here to get it up on the
Okay, in the meantime, we're going to start with the questions. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, just wanted to check in with administration if that threshold sounds good.
Yes, so that's currently when we bring forward our quarterly financial update. That is the threshold we report on to start with. So
Okay.
now I would just be seeing that as a kind of explanation of how that doesn't accumulate into a structural budget variance.
Perfect. So
Yep.
not additional analysis or pulling data that you would not already be pulling.
Yeah, just additional explanation.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just to be clear, that would be for operating financial updates.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Anyone to speak? Okay, Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, not much more to add, just to say this continues, or it continues on sort of this constant improvement process to our budget, our overall budget process. And I think it aligns with, some of the other intent with other motions that people have made. So I just see this as a constant improvement as we get better at this practice. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Just give us a second. We are going to send the vote out. Just give us a couple seconds. We are sending it out. We just want to make sure we're capturing it in the right spot in eScribe. Just waiting on 2 more votes. Councillor Hamilton? I'm sorry?
They left.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll note her as absent. We have all the votes, Mercy.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Good. I am next, so Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
I have a chair.
Yeah. I have about 4, but I will only make my 1, then go through the list to be fair to other colleagues, and if we're done, we'll come back with the second round, and otherwise we'll follow the process of getting to council on that. So I am here it is, that administration provide a report to committee outlining a plan to reduce red tape, streamline decision-making, and rationalize policies and procedures to improve efficiency in operations, service delivery, and infrastructure development, informed by robust engagement with experts in the business community, city employees, and union partners. Yeah, that is it.
Second? No, we don't need.
No, we.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any questions?
Can I make the introduction?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mercy.
Firstly, I want to thank our city manager, Eddie Robar, who is open to taking on this work. I want to reassure City of Edmonton staff and frontline worker, this is not a reflection on the excellence of service that you deliver and the work you do. I know how committed each and every one of you are in making Edmonton a better place. I know that with your input from our partners in the civic unions and in the business community, we can do better, even better, improve efficiencies and ensure long-term value for taxpayers' dollars. I hear often that it takes much time to sometimes make decisions because of various policies and procedures, and we want to streamline that, and this will allow us to, this work will allow us to do that. We have some good stories to tell around how employee, the supervisor ratio has continued to kind of dip down, and we also recently heard from Parkland Institute that they released a report calling on the city to create pathways for city workers to identify potential efficiencies and improve transparency by increasing workers' access to information. And my intent is for this to motion to support these kind of ideas as well, right? So with that, I will be open to taking any questions from you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I just want to make sure the name on the list are asking questions, or you're just speaking? Questions? Okay. So I have city clerk update.
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah.
We're doing the absolute best we can, I promise.
Yeah.
So some councillors have clicked on to make amendments. I'm not sure which ones are for questions on this.
Okay, so maybe I can go through this, ask my colleagues. Councillor Jens, do you have questions for the motion on the floor?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cadmill?
Nope.
Councillor Wright?
No.
Councillor Stevenson?
Nope.
Councillor Rutherford? it's your turn.
Okay, I really like this motion, and I wish this motion had been put forward before the motion that we just passed. I guess we've just now had 3 motions that are pretty labor intensive, like if this one passes, that are pretty labor intensive and focus on budget or budget related things. I guess to the mayor, to the mover, how did you coordinate with the other movers of the other subsequents to make sure that this is actually, because to me it seems a bit duplicative, if I'm being honest. There's differences, like there's certain parts I like, but it also feels duplicative, and again, I'm just feeling the pylon to administration in terms of work we're
Yeah, no, I hear you, what you're saying, Councillor Rutherford, the past motion, this motion, and then there's a other pending subsequent as well from Councillor Jans on the other committee. My intent, and I talked to Eddie about this too, that there's opportunities for us to streamline our organization. I think I know it's related to budget as well, right? And that work, I don't know how labor intensive this work is going to be. It is about change in culture in the organization, and we have, when we had that when we had the discussion on labor renewal, there were 44 policies that touches on labor renewal, right? Are they all necessary? Some of them may be.
Yeah, but we have a motion coming back about
that.
that.
On that too, right? I know there's various pieces of this work that we need to figure out a way to coordinate as well,
So I'm starting to get a bit motion sick.
I hear you.
And I'm sure admin is too, as somebody that was a former administration for 15 years. This is a lot, and a lot that are confounding and duplicating and having the same conversation when we have very limited time before it's October. I guess
This could fold into the committee's work too, right?
I guess the question to admin is like, I don't know if you're aware of all of the supplemental budget, the subsequent motions that are coming. Are you aware of all the subsequent motions that are coming? Because I feel like you're getting asked about, like, do you have capacity for this one? But if you don't know, like, do you have line of sight of all of the subsequents?
Yeah, only what we were engaged on. So some of them we don't.
Okay. And then the mayor's office is engaged on all of them.
Yeah.
Correct?
We have engaged on all of our subsequent motions with
correct.
clerk
Yeah.
and city staff.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I don't really have any further questions. I really love this motion. I really do, but yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So we finished the question. Right now, it's time to speak. Anyone? No. So, Mayor Sohi, do you still have questions? No. So not right now, and it's time to sign in for speak. And I just want to confirm: do we have any my colleagues willing to speak? So I saw none of them. So in this case, and Mayor Sohi, and you're welcome to close.
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. The chair returned back to you.
I will take
Mayor
the chair
Sohi.
back. Thank you. And Councillor
So-
Jans, sorry.
So Mayor, I'm sorry, I don't know if this is a point of order or not, but I think this is unfair that I'm making decisions on an isolated basis without being, because I might not have voted the same way on other ones had I known what all the subsequents are. So I'm feeling very much like I'm half in the dark in making these decisions.
I don't know, but I shared all the subsequent that I was planning to make with colleagues in advance, so they were aware of that. And I shared that with administration as well and the clerk.
So, point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I don't know, and then we all received your all amendments, because for one, I would like to work with you, but I did not see any from your office.
Okay.
So that's the same feeling as Councillor Rutherford.
No, for me, it's just more, could we not, I like the idea of being able to put them all on the floor like we did with amendments, so we at least have a sense of what's coming. Like, I feel
think
like
that-
this is
but then-
really challenging to be not seeing the whole picture of all the subsequents, and then, like, that's what I'm saying, like, I don't need to see them all in advance. I don't mind people putting them forward now, but if they're gonna be some that are kind of parallel, overlapping, like, shouldn't we have all of those and clean it up before? Like, it just feels like a very sloppy process right now.
Yep. Is like my understanding that if we kind of put everything on the floor, then table it, then we can't conclude the meeting, right? Then meeting carries on.
You absolutely can.
You can, okay?
Yep.
Okay, so can we get everyone to move their subsequents, then get through as many today, then the rest will go to through the notice of motion with our customary notice process? Okay, so Councillor Wright, do you have motions, subsequents?
No, I just have a question about all these subsequents. Is that not what the tracker is for? It's only once they've been put on that they've been tabled, that they go in there? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Jans? Michael? Councillor Jans?
Can I just need 60 seconds and then I can do it. I can move my two. I just need to get off the bus.
Can I go to the next council member? Who was next? I think Councillor Cartmel, you were next.
Would you like me to move an amendment, Mayor Sohi? Or a subsequent, rather?
Yep.
Okay. Then I will move that administration provide a report to council through committee regarding downtown workspace optimization as outlined on page 1 in attachment 4 of the December 2, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02530 revised that includes A, various disposition options including demolition and future sales, B, impacts on related projects including downtown district energy and the Windspear expansion projects, C, a breakdown of cost related to the staff relocations, bracket height T, infrastructure relocation, office moves, facility modifications, and Edmonton Tower capital investments, close bracket, and D, a summary of required capital investments at Century Place and Chancery Hall for the next 10 to 20 years. I'll say a due date of Q1 2025.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Okay.
I'll just very quickly introduce this. This is the complementary subsequent to the motion to delete the funding from the capital project that was passed earlier this week. And I'm agnostic on the due date. It doesn't matter to me whatever administration wants in terms of a balance between time to prepare and urgency to have this work proceed.
Q1 is good for us, sooner the better in terms of so we are good with that.
Q1 2025 due date. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Stevenson, you have questions on this?
I'm good to go as well.
Okay, okay. So we're going to, but no questions on this. We can vote on it. Are there questions on this? Because this was already part of the budget discussion anyways, right? So, anyone to speak on this? Councillor Cartmel to close?
Nothing more.
Okay, please vote.
In favor.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I have two subsequents, one about Yorath House and one about request for info from the police. If I could ask the clerk to put them on the screen, please.
They can only be done one by one. Which one you want first?
Whichever the clerk has handy.
We have both of them, I believe, Councillor Jans. If you could just tell me which one we need to.
Sure,
put
let's go to
into-
Yorath House, please. And Mr. Mayor, do you want the rationale or like very quickly, or do you just want the motion read in?
I think what I see is that you have to, Councillor Wright, you don't have any, and Councillor Stevenson, you have two, right? So I think we might be able to get through, depending on how.
Sure, I'll be very quick. The motion is that administration provide a report with options to utilize the Yorath House for revenue generation opportunities, including but not limited to private rentals. And quick introduction, this was.
Just hold on, need a second.
Oh.
Second.
Councillor Knack seconded it. Okay, now go quick introduction.
Thanks. As you're aware, this site is already rented out, but it's rented out on a short-term basis. What I was contemplating here is much like we have at other facilities, and either the ski track on the Victoria Park Golf Course or in the Moutard Conservatory, we have longer-term tenants that lease space there. So if there's potential for restaurants or some other opportunity, I'm interested in hearing about it. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Tang,
Sorry.
any questions on this?
Just very quickly, to administration, do we need to limit it to your house? Or, I mean, I like the revenue generation opportunity here, but, you know, should we make it a little bit broader? Or is that this is the last venue that we have?
Wherever we're able to generate revenue, that is our practice. I recommend let's just do with Yorath, but we'll keep in mind that if there are other venues or facilities, we'll keep those in mind.
Great, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel on this? No. Okay. All right, that concludes the questions. Anyone to speak? See none. Councillor Jans to close?
Nothing further?
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I had one more. Or
Yeah, well, I'll come back to you. Just getting
Okay,
everyone
sorry.
get to
Apologies.
do one first. Okay.
Thank you. I would like to move the administration work with Explore Edmonton to provide an updated work plan to council that includes an approach to support local tourism and the nighttime economy.
Okay, second?
Second.
I second it. So, okay, make the introduction, please.
Yeah, very brief introduction. I think this is a great opportunity again to build on the work that Explore Edmonton is already doing. This just brings more of an opportunity to discuss a tension I think that exists between sort of inward and outward focus of Explore. I think this isn't necessarily saying that this all has to live within Explore, but it's an opportunity to have a conversation and see how this very important economic development organization in our community can help to support these two important aspects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This was also part of the discussion too, right? So, okay. Any questions? Okay, anyone to speak? No? Councillor Stevenson to close? No, please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Just give us a second. We're going to send the vote out. This is the subsequent motion number 9.
So, point of order.
Yep.
So, Mayor Sohi, you second for this one?
The vote's live.
Yeah, I second it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're just waiting on a few more votes. We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. I do have one. Well, I'll go to Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright, you have one?
No, I don't know how my name's on the list.
Okay. I do have one, but I'll go to Councillor Cartmel first.
Okay, thank you. Mine, we've discussed this. Mine's fairly simple. And that is that administration work with Explore Edmonton. Oh, sorry. Hang on. That administration provide a report summarizing an analysis of incorporating Explore Edmonton's building operating and maintenance work into citywide budgets, including an analysis on current condition, cost, and impacts to absorbing building maintenance and renewal budgets in order to perform that work.
Okay. Second. Councillor Stevenson, you want to second that? No, actually, you second it because it's downtown facilities, please. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I'll suggest a due date of Q1, but again, open to advice. And then my motivation on this one is that Explore get the advice that would come from this analysis relatively quickly.
Okay, great. Okay, any questions on this? Councillor?
I need to see the motion.
Okay, here it is. Yeah, right here.
Just with the Q1, I think is a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, if I could just elaborate on that. What we feel would need to be done in this case would be to review the condition assessments from our colleagues in IAS that have been done a couple of years ago, but also have our maintenance teams go in and inspect the buildings and build what that maintenance regime and plan would look like. So there would be a significant body of work that would need to be undertaken in order to put together a proper operating budget for this. So Q1 would be tight for that particular group.
Yeah, so Q2 is fine for me. I just want us to keep in mind that if, not knowing what the outcome is, if there's an off-ramp required for Explorer, they need time.
We'll bring it as early as we possibly can.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, so Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah, so administration currently doesn't have any sense, like, do you already do asset condition on these buildings, or is the agreement right now that Explore does their own asset condition assessments and maintenance?
So we do asset conditions, and anything basically over 100,000, we take care of from a capital perspective.
Okay.
They take care of all of the rest of the O&M, and we would have to look at that full spectrum of where it's at from all of those in this scenario.
Do we get asset condition reports from Explore? Like, who does those asset condition assessments? And how often are they done?
Don't know if we have that information off the top.
It looks like, yeah, our team is saying the Explore Edmonton does provide us those reports, and we review them, which is a part of the funding agreement.
Okay, so, but when was the last one that we had? Like, I'm just wondering if, it's like, because it says analysis of current asset condition. But if you mentioned, Mr. McEwen, that you would need to go and do those assessments, and that would take time and effort and energy that wasn't budgeted for. But I'm wondering if there can be a shortcut there if we already have reports from, like, that they can do the assessment based on those reports that have been provided. But I'm trying to get a sense of how current they are.
I think they're a couple years old, and we would want to do both. So we'd want to review both the condition assessments, and then also be able to inspect the buildings and look what a maintenance plan would be. So I feel like I want to inject, we would have to explore it further. That pun was intended, but I can also pass it to Pascal, who can talk a little bit more about the condition assessments.
I feel like there needs to be at least one pun every motion now.
It's been 4 days, like, we gotta inject a couple of them.
Councillor Rutherford, if I can jump in.
Yes, please, Pascal, please do.
The biggest challenge that we have with the building condition assessment is that the two buildings are just finalizing major renewal projects. And so those projects were based on the last building condition assessment. And so what it means is that the building condition assessments are outdated. They need to be reconciled with what was completed with the renewal. And so just all of that, as Craig was mentioning, is just a lot of work to ensure that we have the best information for them to understand the new equipment that was put in and the condition of the existing equipment.
So I guess to the mover, like, what are you hope, because you spoke pretty passionately about the need to watch our renewal budgets, and now this would be adding obligations to our renewal budgets that we don't currently have.
Well, I would say, first of all, I agree with Mr. McEwen's points that we need a point in time as a reference. Explore may have some past reports, but they inherited these buildings from Northlands, which no longer exists. So there's been a passing of the torch. But I would suggest that there's effectively a reprioritization that would have to happen within those funding envelopes. And this analysis would come back, and the implications of folding these buildings into, that bucket of work would be expressed once there's some knowledge of the conditions of those buildings.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Councillor, it probably puts a pressure on our operating budget, not necessarily our capital.
okay, anyway, I don't think I have any other questions at this point.
Okay. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, I have a motion.
Yeah, just we're dealing with the Councillor Cutmill's subsequent. Okay, we'll come to you.
No further question.
No worries. Councillor, anyone to speak? Councillor Cardamom to close?
Yeah, I would just say that, there's been considerable conversation around Explorer's annual requests for operating dollars. And I would say, a question about understanding just where all of those dollars go. So, if effectively the $6 million increment request that comes to us every year can be broken down into something, and part of it broken off that is a more tangible, understood, discrete point of funding that flows from administration to Explore for a particular purpose that might add some comfort and value to the conversation. So I think this is worth at least examining. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
I have a chair.
Okay. I will move that administration bring a report outlining opportunities, challenges, and impacts to create a shared service model with a focus on human resources, financial services, information technology services, procurement and communication for external agencies, including but not limited to Explore Edmonton Corporation, Ford Edmonton Management Company, Edmonton Arts Council, Reach Edmonton Council for Safe Communities, Edmonton Unlimited.
Second.
And just to introduce, I asked these questions as well to some of the agencies, and I think there's a potential us to continue to support our agencies, at the same time explore some creative ways of them sharing some of the services that every agency can have to have, and look for possibilities of streamlining, possibilities of efficiencies. It will not only impact potentially lower the cost, but also creates synergies within these organizations and more coordination among those, potentially more coordination among those organizations. So that's the intent, and the report will come back to committee in Q2. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'm reading your motion to see you've covered everything. I would like to include it. Any questions?
I have a quick question.
Councillor Tan, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I see, I think you have one more subsequent motion. I'm just wondering why you didn't include the Edmonton screen industry, who is a bit smaller and might benefit from this kind of shared model.
You want to amend it? I'll be friendly.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, then maybe just an oversight. Yeah.
Yeah, if that's friendly, I would just
Yeah,
suggest
if
we
you could
add
include
that.
screen industries. Yeah, got it. Thank you for the flag.
So we have friendly amendments for the motion on the floor, and so I appreciate that updates will be included.
Yeah, we're reposting it, but it was friendly.
Any more questions from my colleagues? So I didn't see any other concerns. I'm going to ask one questions to the mover. If we're going to creating this shared services model, and in terms of the information, in terms of data, and in terms of reporting, we're going to do and for those organizations, do you think we need to add something there? Because the challenge through the yesterday's conversation and through the discussion and the conversation I had with them, and even Monday and with Explore Edmonton, it seems we have different data sets. And when we look at the budget, when we look at the performance data, everything like that. Yeah. So I don't know how to that. I was reaching out to your office, try to discuss with you in advance. You put on, but that opportunity was not there. So I just want to see if there anything could be refracted or administration could help comment on this as well.
My intent is to keep it very high level at this time because it will allow those agencies to have conversations, and out of that, once the report comes to us, I think then we can dig deeper into. Because at this time, I just want to understand at a very high level, are those possibilities exist, right? And then we can do further analysis. I don't want an administration doing a lot of work on this if there's no possibility for this work to be initiated anyway. So that's why I'm keeping it very high level.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. No more question? Speaking? No speaking? Mayor Sohi, and then.
No, I'm done. I'm
done?
good to go.
Okay, so let's vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Return the chair back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. My motion is that the Economic Investment Services Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $30,000 on a one-time basis in 2024 for the purpose of providing funding to the Kingsway District Association to support security initiatives with funding from the 2024 Council Contingency.
Second.
Thank you. As a very brief introduction, as we know, our BIAs have been experiencing many pressures, and those in the core particularly so. During some of the biggest challenges that the Chinatown, downtown, and Kingsway area were experiencing, the city did support a security initiative for the Kingsway BIA. That was a short-term option, but what is so, I think, incredibly unique is that The businesses that make up the Kingsway BIA saw such value in this pilot project that the city had helped to support that they recently agreed, as was before us at Executive Committee, to a 49% increase in their BIA levy in order to be able to continue this program. So this $30,000 is it is not ongoing. It's a amount to bridge just this year's end, a stopgap before the funds that they themselves have committed to for the ongoing running of this program kick in. Again, I think it's a great example of some of the catalyst that the city can be in getting community-based solutions to challenges that we see. And in this case, this group has picked that up, are carrying it through for long-term sustainability, which they have committed to in a very significant way from their businesses. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor Wright?
You said this is just interim until they pick up the full cost themselves. They don't need to come back. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
so the BIA budgets that we approved at Executive Committee last week included a 49% BIA levy increase for them, and it will be fully funded moving forward.
Okay. And, okay, I'll leave it there and I will approve.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Thank you. Did they request this? Because at the Executive Committee, I reviewed their financial statement, but I did not see any request.
Yeah, so again, this is this moving forward in 2025. Their budget is fine. They don't have any shortfalls because they've committed to that levy increase. This was just this year. The city didn't commit for a full year. They wanted to keep that program running so that they didn't have to wind it down and then start it back up again when their new levies kicked in. They did actually request more than this. I think the original request was closer to $70,000 or $75,000, but again, they've dug really deep. They've gone into their I don't know if contingency, their reserves, they've dug into their own reserves. So this is not the full amount that they wanted, but as I say, they've dug deep in terms of the 2024 resources that they have, and they have fully funded it moving forward into 2025 and beyond.
And a few other BIAs have had security pilots as well, correct?
Yeah, like the DBA has had
In Chinatown?
some programs. Well, but Chinatown, I think, was more the HSOC model.
Okay. Through the EPS, you mean?
And city services as well.
Right. And I get that this is for 2024, so you're putting this forward despite the fact that we just approved a budget that included $850,000 for BIA support and adding in some flexibility for how they might use that funding.
Yeah, and I think that's a good approach. That's on a go-forward basis. These are costs that the BIA has already incurred because they kept the service going after the city's funding ran out and before their new levies in 2025 kicked in.
Just in the interest of time, maybe I don't have a question. I just want to share, I'm very uncomfortable with this, given the amount of time that we have just been debating BIA support, and I understand it's on an ongoing basis. And I absolutely, commend the Kingsway for stepping up in a huge way that we're not seeing from others. I'm not very comfortable with duplicating, if not double dipping on the funding that we have. I know, so I recognize this is speaking to them. That's why I'm asking for some leeway here. That's all. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, not familiar with what support security initiatives the BIA did in 2024 or what funding they had before that stopped. I'm not the ward counselor. I'm not as, could you please fill me in?
Yeah, thank you. So, and I'll have to juggle with timelines.
It was a funding provided through City Manager's office. Yeah.
Yeah, so funding was provided through the City Manager's office in response to some of the very acute security impacts that were occurring in the area. They have been primarily focused on having some responsive teams, so security, but also doing business engagement in terms of teaching businesses who to call, who to reach out to, what the resources that are. So that funding from the city manager's office stopped.
Stopped when?
Earlier this year.
Yeah, it was earlier this year. I don't know the exact date.
But it was one-time funding from the city manager's office.
That's correct, yeah.
And the Kingsway BIA knew that,
Correct.
and they made the choice.
So they knew that it was one time. Sorry.
But they continued the services. Did we get a budget? Didn't they come with a budget from 2024, like their budget? I don't feel like they flagged that in there either.
Yep, I mean, I think that there was never a lot of long-term clarity. When it became clear to them that funds were ending earlier this year, they came up with a plan. That plan was to increase the levy. They followed through with that plan, and they've increased their levy. So this is just for that interim. Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate the questions, though. Totally fair.
But so basically, we're replenishing their reserves because it's already December 5th. So if it's for 2024, they're not spending $30,000 on these safety initiatives for the next 3 weeks.
The monthly cost is quite high.
Okay, I'll just take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? See none. Anyone to speak? Councillor Stevenson to close.
No, appreciate the questions, appreciate this. This is an unusual request. Again, I think this is just a way to build on, I think, a positive pilot that the city helped to support and that is now gained its financial wings outside of the city, which is a unique outcome and a way to support that. But appreciate anyone's choice and appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. All right. So we have, I have few remaining, and Councillor Jans has one remaining, and we will bring them forward at the council meeting with the understanding that we will be able to do that without notice without customary notice of motion without customary notice. Well, if we get to them, of course, yeah. Okay, cool.
Do you want to, just to make it really easy for the team that has to turn this into a thing, could we say that you're doing this under section 9 of notices of motion and motions without customary notice?
Exactly that.
To create a super flexibility, if council passed a ubiquitous motion to allow councillors who still have subsequents to do so under this section, then we'll transfer them over to the 10s at the next council meeting.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if we postpone them, they'll trump some of the other items on the agenda.
Okay.
So moved.
Exactly that. Okay, here you go. Please vote. Do we have to vote on this? Okay. Yeah.
You're waiving notice for
Yeah.
councillors who still have outstanding subsequent motions
Got it.
to be able to table them, and they'll be presented at the next council meeting. So that was Councillor
Stevenson and Councillor Wright.
And Councillor Wright. Thank you so much. Just waiving notice. The vote is out.
Yes.
Thanks,
Yes.
Councillor Salvador. Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any other housekeeping
No,
or?
so now I need you to put them on the floor.
Put them,
Just state them for me, please. That way I can put them in the minutes for here and they can show up next week.
okay.
Clerk, can you move mine?
Go ahead, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. If I can ask the clerk to read in the wording on my behalf or display it. I don't have it handy with me.
Councillor Jans, I think we might be able to help you out here, but we'll go to the mayor first, and then before council adjourns, I'm looking around the room. I'm sure somebody will say it for you.
I will read mine. That administration work with Edmonton Global, Edmonton Screen Industries Office, Edmonton Unlimited, and Explore Edmonton to provide a report that outlines the following: our jurisdictional scan of economic development approaches, governance and funding models in our other similar North American cities and our city regions. The roles, the mandate, budget, and outcomes of Edmonton Global, Edmonton Screen Industries Office, Edmonton Unlimited, Explore Edmonton, current support provided by each agency to Edmonton's local economy, governance consideration for each agency, recommendations for opportunities to collectively improve efficiencies, outcomes, and support for the local economy. That's one. That's the only one remaining. Oh.
Do you want to get a seconder for it? And then it's like actually on the floor?
Second. I second.
Councillor
Yep.
Rice seconded.
Yep.
Councillor Jans, go ahead.
Councillor Tang, are you able to move it as you're my seconder?
Sure.
Gracias.
I move that. Okay. Apologies, I was scrambling at the end of the day. That the Edmonton Police Commission is requested to obtain information from the Edmonton Police Service and provide a report to City Council on the impact of the Edmonton Police Service funding formula approved August 23rd, 2023, specifically addressing what services and projects that enhanced funding under this formula has enabled or will allow in the future.
So that's moved by Councillor Jans, seconded by Councillor Tang, right?
Yes, please.
We'll maybe reverse those.
Okay,
Yes,
moved by
please.
Councillor
Sure.
Tang, seconded by Councillor Jans. Okay. All right. Okay, anything else? Okay.
So we're going to send those two over to the motions
Next.
pending section on December 10th.
Okay. December. Okay. We are adjourned, right?
Unless there's anything else
No.
we'd like to do.
There you go. 5:04. We are adjourned. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. And to clerk and to staff, everyone else, thank you so much for your support during the last 4 days of budget deliberations. We really, really appreciate that.